Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming again tonight. We're going to get started, and tonight's the night of decision making. And so the first budget we're going to look at is for the schools. And Gail, are you doing this, or is Dr. McLean?
Another packet, I'm gonna hand out. So you asked me last week to work on these two scenarios. So this packet right here, it's got Board of Education funding on the top.
Did we not get, C?
D&E.
Oh, okay.
D&E. The 616,000. That one on top. So that's what I done. I got the first one you look at is the 616, the 8 pennies. If you break that down, they are able to actually be in the black if you give them the $600,000, which would be the first time in 4 or 5 years they've been in the black. But this also has a few reductions in it. There's a cut of 4 positions that is also along with the technology and the sped bus.
And the positions are?
So what I actually did was I took positions that were open at Sweetwater High School. They were open positions, and I moved employees from Sequoia High School. So Sequoia High School took a cut in 2 positions, so they're closer to the VEP. Tellico Plains High School, I took 2 positions from there, and one of those employees moved to Tellico Plains Junior High School. The other one went to be case manager in special education, which picked up their budget. So those, I thought that just on a good faith effort, if you guys were going to help us, then we had to do our part as a school district to get closer to our VEP. So there's no loss of any jobs to existing employees. We just cut the positions and filled them.
And you said, Dr. McClellan, that one went to Sequoia and one left Sequoia.
So we had 2 teachers to actually leave Sequoia High School. We had a CTE teacher that went to Sequoia High School, and we also had a math teacher that left and went to Sequoia High School. At Tellico Plains High School, we had a teacher that left Tellico Plains High School and went to Tellico Plains Junior High School, where we had an open position. And then we had a Department of Exceptional Ed teacher in that particular position. They're going to be a case manager in that particular area. So the special ed budget will support that employee.
And all of that totals to $284,000 salaries and benefits estimated. So on the next page is the $316,000 option, if that's all you gave them. They would still be going into fund balance with this amount. And that's still with the cut of 4 positions, and still the technology and the sped bus is covered. And that's 4 pennies, and they'd be going into fund balance $86,000.
And this does not give both teachers their step raise and textbooks. And we have got to have textbooks. There's no other way. We'll be able to have that.
Just out of curiosity, what all are you purchasing in cost?
The textbooks, we will purchase textbooks, K through 12 for literature, reading. So for, middle and high school, secondary, 7 through 12, it'll be literature, and, K through 6th grade, it will be reading. Will be a reading test.
They go along with.
This young called me from Sweetwater, said they want to do something about math and stuff like that. We need-
So here's what I'm proposing, and I hope that we will have Title I funds. We're gonna do some professional development, and with the professional development, they actually, give you the materials. We have a solution for middle schools, but it'll be 2 years before the state puts out a solution for math, which helps me some because we're gonna pay for textbooks half this year and then half on next year's budget. And then math will come up and we'll need to adopt then. Our last textbook purchase for reading was over 10 years, and I imagine it has been the same for math. The standards have changed, the materials are, as you can imagine, lost or not there. So, we recently did a survey about teachers being happy, at work or feeling fulfilled at work, and surprisingly enough, it wasn't that they were unhappy. The two things we scored the lowest in were having adequate resources and adequate materials for students and for teachers. This is a big deal for our teachers.
Any other questions?
Now, last year's budget, you had some money left over that you found on a grant, right? But you thought you had to pay it all up front and use that other places, correct? Wouldn't it have been better to save that money for textbooks and stuff? I mean,
No,
can you
because
do that or?
our teachers were kind of like our situation currently outside. Teachers are expected, and I think we talked about this just as a county employee. You know, county employees receive a longevity check. For every year you've been an employee, you've gotten better, and so the expectation is, I have been here this amount of time, I've done my professional development, I've grown, and so my expectation is that I will receive my step raise. And that was cut out of the budget last year before I even attended, and I think you got lots and lots of calls and emails. This group as a body did, and as a whole, that they were furious and upset that they did not receive any step raises. So our budget was so, basic and bare bones, and then we cut 8 or 10 positions last year, Bill.
I think it was 8.
8. So even last year with that, we cut 8 positions, and then this year another 4. So in 2 years' time, we have actually cut 12 positions. So I'm trying to show a good faith, my board has me trying to show a good faith effort with you guys to be a good steward of the money, but also to do things to align our budget so that we're not always coming to you guys, as it is just as a bank. You know, we know you have to be careful about the decisions that you guys are making, and we want to show that we're going to be good stewards and that we're going to be careful as well.
I just got a quick question. Didn't we, or I guess school board approved 5,000 to be moved out of school textbooks for a banquet? Teacher of the year, maybe?
Yes, so that was on there. One of the things that we do have we're not celebrating our teachers and using them as professionals. So last year, if you remember, I fought hard to keep, with no increase from you guys, I fought very, very hard to make sure we had enough money to purchase social studies textbooks. So, that's a projected amount. And after the projected amount was put in, after we bought books that were torn up and discarded, we had just a little bit of a surplus. And our teachers, even if it's just a coffee cup to say, I have been at work every day, all the time, they deserve to be celebrated. Across the state, every other school district I have ever worked for, when you are named teacher of your building, teacher of the year, teacher of this area, it is a celebration because you've left it all on the line. And so it is not uncommon. I know budgets are tight, but we have to celebrate people being professionals. We celebrate our kids when they win the ball game, or they win the season, or they go to district. something that is important as educating our children, so they don't end up in buildings like this, I will advocate for my teachers to be celebrated every time, sir.
I understand that, but at the same time, probably better comes somewhere else out. Where's the textbooks, when you're coming back asking for that amount of money this year, and, 5,000 sure could have been somewhere else, just a dollar.
They're about 5 books. The kids cost about $500.
$1,000 a book?
Yeah, the kids cost, when you get in kindergarten, the kids cost, I think, between $500 and $800 for a kid. So if you're talking about 5,000, they probably would have only paid for 3 or 4 kids. They're that expensive.
What's a kid?
So when you buy a package in kindergarten, they don't have like these little hard readers that you think of. The teachers have almost a box. And it's got manipulatives, it's got word cards, picture cards, it's got the teacher's manual, it's got all of that inside it, and you buy it as a kit.
That's one kid's for one class, right?
One kit is for one class.
Right.
And so when you're looking at your costs, like you're kind of quibbling or arguing over pennies, when it's a drop in the bucket, it wouldn't help you, If I only had 5,000 to spend on textbooks, I wouldn't spend it on textbooks. I would put it somewhere else where teachers feel good about having to hunt and peck and find resources.
You saying you spend the money on your teachers for 3 textbooks?
I would spend, if I only had 5,000, I would spend it on resources and celebrating my teachers versus 5 people getting a book.
You said 5, you said one kid per class.
So the amount is 5,000.
Mhm.
So if I only had
5 kids, right, 5 classes?
5 kids,
5 classes.
5 classes.
Right.
So before I would only give 5 kindergarten teachers a kit. Out of all the kindergarten teachers that were here, I would do other things to celebrate my teachers rather than buy 5. It would be like me trying out ice cream in here and I only have 3 ice cream cones. What are the other 12 of you gonna eat?
I don't need ice cream on the diabetic.
Well, you have 1 or 2 that way, but there might be some people in here who want an ice cream
I've
cone.
got a question because on the last one, when you give it the paper,
Yes,
it showed that on all of this, begins to decide whether or not you just put in step raises or,
textbook.
textbooks. So if you get E, are you gonna give step raises or are you gonna give textbooks?
That'll be the board's decision. That will be the board's decision.
Okay, so big picture, let's step back 3 steps here. And let's say we just get 300,000 and your board decides we're gonna give the step raises, they don't give it to textbooks. How far does that set the schools back?
I would probably go back to my board and ask them, can I cut another 4 positions?
But that's affecting the children.
It's affecting the children. We cannot in Monroe County, we currently probably are about 10 years behind. We know with everything that we just went through with COVID-19, we're trying to go to a 1-to-1 plan. Just given all the things that we know it requires in 2020 for children to be competitive and successful, I would go back to my board and say, we've got to cut another 4 positions. That's not a popular decision.
I know in your 5-year plan, it's gonna throw you off as well. So
What would throw me off?
if they didn't buy the textbooks.
Correct. Yeah, because in another 2 years, this time you can buy the textbooks, you can pay for them half and then another half. If you didn't buy them this year and you said, let's delay, we'll buy them next year. Next year, instead of coming up with 250 or 280, 300,000 for textbooks, you're gonna end up having to come up with $500,000 in one wad.
Right.
So you just can't continue to kick the can down the road.
You got a step plan for your textbook program, basically.
Correct. So this will bring us back into alignment with what the state is doing. That puts us back in with getting our textbooks at the appropriate time. We have 2 years to pay for ELA, and then math will come up the 3rd year. And because it is in our budget, I wouldn't take that out of our budget. I think, hopefully as long as I'm an administrator here, I know that textbooks are very, very important, and that would be something that I would want to see would always stay inside. Given, comments from parents, given comments from teachers and others, that has almost gotten to a point where it's a non-negotiable that you have textbooks in your budget moving forward.
So who has kids as a commissioner in school? Do your kids take textbooks home right now? Or they can, or they can't?
First grade, so.
They're Sweetwater City.
Yeah, right, city, so we're not in county school system.
Mine graduated a couple of years ago.
They haven't, currently, right now, they're not taking
No.
textbooks home.
They wasn't doing it 2 years ago, they wasn't letting them take them home, they didn't have them.
So what does that say about us?
So we give them school board money.
I don't know.
I
I don't know that I don't know that that's the problem either. I think the problem has been that it's just been misdirection of funds for so many years. I mean, the problem is whether we go either option D or E. I mean, I think that needs to be the Board of Education's decision as to where they want to spend. If we decide to go in E, we can't be held responsible for that. We just heard the ramifications of what's going to happen if textbooks aren't purchased. So that can't be held at our feet if they're not purchased this year, if we can only afford to fund E.
What's your feeling of the board? Which direction do you think that was?
So let me be very transparent.
Yeah.
Last year, I was new. Last year I came in, my board was new. I think anytime there's a transition, there has to be a period of healing and coming together. I think there have been some opposition between the board itself, and then I think there have been some opposition between this particular governing body and my board. I know I did a lot to advocate to my board, hey, let me come in, let me cut 2%, let me get a lay of the land, let me make sure we're using our resources judiciously, and let us be very cooperative and have this feeling of goodwill and build some trust even with this board. And you guys come together. I had hoped prior to COVID-19 that we could have done some joint budget sessions between the board and this particular body. I had a whole plan to invite you out to schools, let you talk to teachers and other employees, and of course, the pandemic hit. I'm gonna be quite honest, I stuck a Band-Aid there for my board last year. I am not sure, I am probably very sure that most of my board has an expectation of, we allowed you to work on getting things in alignment and bringing the two bodies together. I think that we all have to both give. And I think if they feel like, okay, we're giving, we're listening, we need the county commission to kind of meet us halfway. I don't think that they're going to feel like both parties have come together. It would be a very hard sell for me to say, look, I cut 4 positions, I cut another $280-something thousand out of the budget. We're asking for another 600, and then I will say to you, and I want you to hold me accountable, it is not my intention to be here next year and ask you for anything. Because we can't keep misspending the money or misaligning our resources, and then you bail us out every time.
I had a phone call today, again, Sweetwater. He was talking about having to do a lot of work to the buildings and stuff over there. Are you going, is this money going to fix some of the buildings over in Sweetwater? Or?
No, that's why we had option C in there. I know that you guys you've heard so much, you may have forgotten. Remember I said for about 10 years, we have not done maintenance and repairs. We have delayed that and not done any. So I give you an example, they pulled the roof off of Tellico Elementary due to an insurance check we had received. The entire structure and roofing underneath was rotten. And we had to ask for special permission, I think was it 126,000, it was close to about 126,000 of contingency money we had to come back and use because we couldn't put the shingles down. I went back to the insurance company and I said, are we not insured for this, either the shingles or structurally. Like I've gone there and they say, okay, you splitting pennies, lady. We are only insuring the building, the shingles. If it's rotting underneath, it is your responsibility. And I said, file the complaint, file the claim anyway and tell me that in writing, that you won't. But my point in saying that is, yes, we are kicking the can down the road as far as our facilities. We've gotten that off track too. I'll be very honest, probably in the next year's budget, I'm probably going to cut 3 or 4 more positions. Not people are gonna lose jobs. I wanna be very clear. I don't want anybody to lose a job. I'm never gonna take a job from somebody and put them out unless they're not up to snuff and doing a good job teaching. What I will do though is, I'll look at the numbers, I'll look at the enrollment in the schools, and I'll say, you deserve this, you've earned this many teachers based on your enrollment, and then as people leave and matriculate, just like I did this year, I will be moving employees from those schools to open positions. Because this year, I'm nervous about the funding is just going to cost now to wash hands. You think about now when our children enter buildings, they are going to have a temperature check and they are going to have to wash their hands before they even enter their building. So that's a lot of extra soap and paper towels right off the top before we ever get started. Buses are going to have lots of extra cleaning supplies and just thermometers. So we don't actually know. I have been looking now for some sort of biotic mat to walk across, almost like walking across. Or I may end up having to give the kids each a Clorox wipe off the bottom of the shoes before you come in the building. So we just really don't know the extent of being in a pandemic, how much extra things it may cost us on our facilities and operations side, along with the delayed maintenance and service. But if we got D, it will give us some wiggle room, and you can hold me accountable. You know, next year if I come and I say, we need additional funding, we need more money, you can say, well, last year we gave you that, and you told me you were gonna make it work.
When's the last time we gave any money to the school system?
Last time we had a tax increase. I think it's 12.
2012.
That's the last time anybody got any extra.
2012,
It was countywide, there was a tax increase.
Can we not take some of the new, tag money and put it to the side for textbooks and stuff? And build a fund for it?
The solution passed was just go to general fund.
Yeah, it all goes in the general fund. If we take some, put to the side for books and stuff like that.
Do you need it for general operations?
You could if the general fund was not in a deficit itself. But since there's no excess funds there,
So you can't, the extra $25 that we put on the wheel tax, you can take $5 of that and put to the side for books
now
and
if you wanted
stuff.
to allocate money to the school system, you'd have to increase the tax rate and we would redo the tax allocation as to the funds that are distributed each separate fund, if you wanted to fund something like that.
So you're saying we'd have to go up again?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the property taxes.
Property taxes will have to increase to fund anything extra that you fund is through property tax.
I was asking about the 25, which was just passed.
By resolution, it goes into the general fund.
Enrollment, you're looking higher next year, or, I know it's hard to get a number on that.
so our enrollment is increasing, at Sweetwater High School, our enrollment has been increasing. Tellico Plains High School, our enrollment has decreased somewhat, and Sequoia has stayed stable. Madisonville Primary, I think we are 2 or 3 classrooms up at Madisonville Primary. I anticipate with the buzz I'm hearing coming out of Monroe Elementary and the new administrator that is there, I think people who have left are gonna come back there. So I feel that the school district is kind of on the right track. You know, we didn't get here in 2 or 3 years or 8, 10 months, but I feel like people are regaining confidence in their children able to come to a Monroe County school and receive an education. And just going back to our conversation on textbooks, we're parents or have been parents or grandparents who would, if they could, place their child in a school and there are not textbooks, there are not the basic materials there. Who does, you know, we do that because we're from here, we love it here. We're going to put our children in here and we're going to do everything we can to make sure they have what they need. But if we were in a competitive society, and schools are competitive societies, do I put my child in a school in Greenback than Bonner if I can? Yes, because they have textbooks in Greenback, in Loudon, and they don't in Bonner. So we are to that point where people have a choice, and they are using their choice to opt out of Monroe County schools.
The competitive advantage in industrial recruitment and that type of thing, they're gonna look at the schools. They're gonna, you know, try to pull people in, and they're gonna look at the grade cards, they're gonna look at all those things and see where we're at. So, I mean, there's things, investments in some things that, you have to make, to be able to equip high school students, wherever it may be, in the future. We've talked about this. We've talked about the robotics taking their jobs and people being able to work on those robotics. So, I mean, there's lots of things down the pike that we haven't even been confronted with yet, but we still have to think about down the road, so.
Any other questions? What do you want to share about school budget?
What's the rest of it look like, or we have to make a decision on this now?
Well, we're running out of time. If you want to go through all the
I say
things.
D.
I'm sorry?
I say D.
Let's vote for D.
I vote for D.
I'd like
You
to
can't
hear it.
vote here. I just need to know what you want to, which option you want to do. Or if you want to wait until the end and then consider all of it when you see everything that's fallen down tonight, all the different requests. We can do that. You want to see what the total tax burden is going to do?
Yep.
Before you make a decision.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, I think we need to.
Okay, we will
Weigh
do
it
that
out.
then, and then we'll notify Dr. McClendon in the morning. How about that? Because we're gonna have to make a decision here tonight on some of these things, or we'll either notify you what they're gonna do in the morning, or we'll ask more questions. How about that? Okay. Thank you, Dr. McClendon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You found your way down. Yes. Gail, can I help you?
I get all.
Don't want to get lost up there back in. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move right on in with these other funds, and Courtney has made all the changes that you've asked her to make. And I'm gonna let her go over those, and I think the first one is fund number 116, which is solid waste.
So, you know, last week we took out the trucks the leases that were paid off, so that's reflected in here. And then they had requested to transition a part-time position into a full-time position. So that's been taken out and the part-time wages put back in like they originally were. And 3% has been calculated across the board.
So this includes the raises, is what you're saying?
Yes. And solid waste had originally asked for 3%. So
So from last, can't tell if this is, we went from 32% to 6% in fund balance.
Yes,
Of the property tax, how much is allocated to it?
Tax levy.
It's all the way. What is it?
Okay, here's your tax levy.
okay, I'm gonna tell you the percentage. So the general fund is 42.5%.
General 42.
The highway fund is 5.03%. General purpose schools is 30.27%. But even though that's 30%, that 30% allocation then has to be split up between Monroe County Schools and Sweetwater City Schools, which is referred to in the budget. You'll see ADA, which is Sweetwater City's portion. So out of that 30%, 20% goes to Sweetwater City. So, and then general debt, the debt funds, fund number 151, it gets 17.95%. And solid waste gets 4.24%.
I'm
So-
sorry, Courtney, how much you say goes to Sweetwater City?
20%.
Oh, that's
Eight
30.
cents.
Of the 30, of the 30.
So about 8 cents of the tax rate goes.
Well,
Well, it's of the,
8 pennies.
it's not really like that.
no, it's not like that.
Like if, say you had $6 million, you take 30% of 6 million, and there's your allocation to the schools. Then out of that then you take 20% off the top, and that's what goes to Sweetwater.
In other words, 20% of the 30%.
Yes.
Exactly. Of the, a dollar amount.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The total dollar
Of
amount,
the amount
20% of that.
so then we,
Would that change when the census comes out? Does that,
the
does the census?
school's ADA changes every April. So it's like the average daily attendance on everything, so
they
it
do it on
fluctuates,
attendance,
so.
They don't do it on population? Okay.
It's on attendance.
Gotcha.
So sometimes it moves, sometimes the county's portion increases and sometimes Sweetwater's increases in April. But we always get that information from the trustee's office in April. So that's how it's broken down. So do you all want to change, or do you have any questions about anything else on solid waste, or are you okay with how it's been presented? Or do you need us to get any information on anything else?
What's the critical level of fund balance? I mean, I know it's come down 17% this year, so, I mean, that's a big drop.
Right. And those are estimates. It could turn out better, at year end or,
After money's came back in.
Right. right. Now, these are, the middle column is where we estimate that will be. But you can see if that trend followed for a few more years, you know.
We talked about that last year. so-
Right. So it's the same, same situation.
So their expenditures went up 112,000, right?
Yes. Thank you.
In 1,700.
In what?
The expenditures went negative.
Yeah, almost around 13.
Well, that's not what's budgeted. That is where we estimate they'll end the year. So that is an estimate of where they'll finish the year. If you look on the last page, their expenditures in the very middle column, total expenditures, they really just went up $7,728 from what was last year's budget to this new budget we're looking at.
So don't look at the proposed number, just go by that 7,000.
Well, the amended budget, that's your total budget. So if they spent every single dollar in their budget, that's the $1,484,000. But what we do is we look and see what lines have money left in them. And so Stacy and I have worked to get this estimate on where we, instead of spending 1.4 million for 8, we're estimating we'll end the year with 1.38 million. Does that not make sense? I'll try to,
Yeah, yeah.
because if we know we're not gonna spend every dollar, we can't write that we're gonna spend every dollar and then like misrepresent the numbers. So that estimated column is where we actually think we'll finish the year. That is an estimate. Then your next column is what you're proposing to spend, that's the full budget.
By the time the budget is compiled, Chris, Stacy pretty well knows what he's still got out there. If there's anything other than the norm that's gonna happen, he pretty well knows unless it's just a complete emergency situation. There's such things as equipment and things of that nature.
So do you all want to approve this as it is, or do you want to look at anything else?
I'm good with it.
You want to increase to 77?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be with you now.
And what made a difference in that was those trucks coming out that were paid off, rather than leasing more new vehicles. They are keeping the ones that are just got paid off, and so that helped.
We don't charge for convenience centers, do we?
We get charged at the convenience center.
Yeah, we don't have like a dollar fee to, or anything.
Talked about many different ways of charging out there and about who actually uses them and ways to calculate that, and it just be an astronomical undertaking.
So as of right now, I've just run a report on the entire solid waste fund. So back a couple months ago, Stacy and I estimated that column of 1.38 million is where we would end. As of today, right now, we are at almost 1.2 million in expenditures.
So he still has 100.
And there's some encumbrances, and there are still like contracts for all of the dumpster fees and stuff, haul bills, like all that stuff, we'll pay them in June. Then all the haul bills for June will come in July and we'll pay those. But that just tells you where you're at, like at this minute in time. So that's still a good,
1.3 is still good.
it's still a good estimate on where they'll end up. And it's very possible they come out better than that.
In estimating these expenditures, he knows about what his haul bills run every month. And for the different ones, he knows about what he pays each month for those. And that's what they're forecast on. We have payroll, we'll have 2 to 3 more payrolls, depending on hourly and salary.
It's actually pretty good, because we had that spike while people was off and taking everything they could to the
I know.
Yeah, they did.
So we've actually managed that pretty good over, I forgot how many times you told me.
Oh, yeah, it was way out because we were cleaning out everything.
I'm good with it.
Everybody good with it?
I'm good.
Anything?
Okay.
Let's roll on.
Let's go.
Parking
Back to the tape.
Okay, the next one should be right under that. That is the highway fund, 131. Theirs is the same kind of thing. We try to estimate this. But certain things have, that storm came and they've had a lot of expenditures with that and a lot of overtime and stuff. So we do our best on estimating where things will end when we start the budget process. So if you look at this as it's proposed and as we've estimated it, they would end with a $1.4 million fund balance. So the only thing that changed on this is Steve had requested 5% and 3% was requested for me to put throughout the budget. So These have all been changed to 3%. So that's the only change that's been made in here.
Right.
And he did increase his, budget to offset the cost of asphalt.
Yeah.
Fuel and stuff like that.
Yeah, everything.
Yes, those were increased in the original request.
Have you heard anything back about state mandated salary increases?
No, we did, I got a resolution today from Claude Woody and Roane County, and I think some county commissions are sending a resolution to the legislature asking to not raise elected officials. And that's certainly something that we could do, this body chose to do that. But no, we've not heard anything because I think they're just about a third of the way through the budget process.
What is that percentage based on?
It's based on scale. I know that Courtney has that scale it's based on population, and then it's based on some other demographics, but it ends up, I think, 3.2% is the average increase, I believe, this year.
It's also based on the state, what the state increases were the previous year for their employees too. All of that is factored in on it.
I think with the, several of the elected officials that don't give me a raise, give my employees a raise, that we should send that resolution to the state requesting that. I've already sent an email to, Representative Lowell Russell, asking him, since we've had elected officials making that statement, could he request something from the government? Because this is a unique year. It really is.
So the population class, CTAS publishes this salary schedule, and if you Google CTAS salary schedule, it'll come up because we reference it all the time. It's published, and this year's proposed increase was 3.46%. It was 2.5% last year, and it's 3.46% this year. And it gives you a list of population, it divides it by population, and whatever Monroe County's population is, that's the salary that we're required to pay. So we're in the 35,000 to just under 50,000. If we hit the 50,000 mark with the census, that would bump up to another tier. So when you look at it, if you look at it, or I can send it to you all, we're in the 35,000 range for population. So that's where all of those state mandated increases come from. Okay, so that's the only thing. I did pull up the, this fund as of today, and like Libby said, we still have some more payrolls to go and more stuff that'll be paid out. But right now, we're right under 4.6 million as of today. So you never want to underestimate your expenditures, because if you do, and then you come out, so in most cases, you're going to see it would come out better than what we've estimated. It would be foolish to underestimate our expenditures and say that we're going to get all our revenue in. So you can see with both these, they're in line with each other, and that's where we are right now. Now with the general fund, you can't really do that because there's so many grants within it that makes stuff look like it's up here, but really that's a big grant that just came in, or a grant that hadn't come in yet. So these funds are much easier for you all can look at, and I can tell you exactly where we're at.
The only other thing that might affect this, but it may not happen this year, probably not, is we're gonna have some FEMA revenue come in, but that probably will be in next fiscal year. And we won't have it to work with on this fiscal year because they're still gathering all the information. And it's becoming even more stringent this year, the reporting procedures.
Will they divide that money amongst all budgets? Just like if the county gets.
Well, actually, the highway department files theirs, and solid waste, if they have any, file theirs, and
So it's all
in
separate.
general, it is all separate.
Okay.
Because Steve tends to have more than me, because they're out there all the time, and they've even made him measure how big his brush piles are this year. It's not about them, it's how big his space they, and it's really become stringent. And they have hours, equipment hours, usage hours, and what type of equipment, and then we have salaries, and it's just, and last time it took us about 5 years to recoup all that revenue. They split it on us. So we learned valuable lessons along the way. But Gail is working with Steve, with Denny Graham is forefronting all of that, and Steve is working with Denny, and Gail is working with him because it runs through grants and contracts.
As long as it ain't like the city and take 5 people to put up one pole, we'll be okay. I watched that other day with my own eyes. It blew my mind.
But that's the only thing, and it may not, in all probability, we won't see any of that this fiscal year, but it will be out there next year.
And one other thing that's similar to that, it's not in the budget, is the resolution that you all passed, that the mayor proposed for the funds that are coming from the governor, the grant funds. Those are not in the budget because that's a separate revenue. When that comes in, you'll see a resolution to increase that revenue and increase those expenditure lines that you all approved. If we put it in now and something happens or we don't get it, or we put it in and it's just better to keep track of it that way. So this is budgeted off the current tax rate and current revenue that comes in. So you'll see those later. If it does come in July or August, we'll put that through then. So do you have any questions about Steve's 3%? That's 3% on the salaries, and it's 3% just as we did in the other funds. That's part-time and everything, 3% straight.
I'm good with it.
So what extra is it actually costing this year? The 400,000, 600, 465?
That came from, if you go to page 3,
Yeah.
the majority of that came from asphalt hot mix, asphalt liquid, and crushed stone, and metal pipe.
That's where they go up on all them.
Yeah,
prices.
We're driven by the oil.
and those are just increases that vendors have,
Yeah, Rocky is very.
Rocky's out.
would like to
It's
handle.
crazy.
It's
So it's not building extra stuff or extra spending, it's just the cost of materials increasing. This fund is, it actually increased in fund balance, last fiscal year. So we might have budgeted to go into fund balance a little bit, but it increased by 367,000. So it also, though, would be something that you need to consider in the future, just as solid waste, that eventually, there may be more funding needed in the future at some point. So do you have any other questions on it? He does have some dump trucks that will be paid off next year. And that will help, just as small, just like Stacy's small amount, just 40,000 helps solid waste. Well, any amount, when these funds are smaller, anything that's paid off makes a difference on that.
That's what I was getting ready to ask. None of the depreciation on any of his equipment is in the budget, right? Keep
No.
that out separate, totally.
And even with this budget, is there any balance is just gonna be 25%?
Mm-hmm. And the schools that presented earlier was 3.95%.
What is group on there? Did you ask that? Did we get an answer on it?
What?
Here. On the
What?
school, or group
School,
group?
by law, they have to maintain a 3% fund balance. That's the lowest by law.
What did you say theirs was gonna be at the end of the, what did you say it was gonna be?
Oh, according to the sheet, the very first presentation, on the second page, if you funded 600,000,
Okay, yes.
they would be at 3.95%.
I'm sorry, I see it.
That's okay. So there is really no state law on what these other funds have to be.
Uh-huh.
There's a recommendation that you have 2 months of operating costs in your fund balance. But the state has set one for the schools, and I mean, it is 3%, so, other funds don't have a state requirement. So the dump trucks, they're leased, at $86,000. So next year, you'll see that payment come out. This is the last year you'll see a payment on those dump trucks.
Is that for both of, is that for both, 86,000 for both?
Yes,
He did tell me the other day, that he was probably gonna have to have some single axles. Trucks coming in, these had more high mileage, but not this year, but in the year, when these were paid off.
yeah, and he may need, he may need to do something like that to fund, but it will free up that money. If he does have to do something else, that money is gonna be freed up next year. Okay, do you have any other questions or changes you wanna make to this budget?
It's pretty tight ship.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay, so the next sheet that I think is on top, these are the calculations that you all had emailed, about if you did 5, 7, or 10 corrections officers. So, 5 is that's what's in the budget right now. So it was just easier to put 5 in, and if y'all want to increase it to 7 or 10, we just know we add these numbers to the end, and it's easy for everybody to follow and calculate. So it's $202,527 for 5. That's what's in there right now. And 7 would cost you an additional $81,000, and then 10 would cost you an additional $202,000. So that's just so you all have that information. So if you want, we can start and go through 101, because there weren't a lot of big changes, but there's not any big changes since you all asked for it, but we need to know if you want to fund anything, if people move things around.
In the budget that we're gonna approve, we're just okaying 5 new hires for the sheriff.
That's what's
I thought
included.
we said 5, we agreed on 10.
There were emails since then instructing me to put in 5. So if you want 10, you all would have to decide tonight, and all we would have to do is add 202,000 to the bottom
You
page.
got a majority of emails today to put it in 5, to just hire 5?
The reason you done that, it'd be easier to figure, TJ.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
start at
I'm sorry,
5.
I just totally, okay.
Yeah.
I apologize.
But here are the numbers, so when you all decide, it's easy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, just add that to it.
Yeah, easy for us to
Okay,
put
Okay,
in.
I
increments of
understand.
5.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. 101 looks big, but I think we're gonna have to go through it one page at a time sooner or later. So if we just stick with it though and don't get off course, I think we can get through it pretty quick tonight. And then you all can decide, we'll look at the jail and sheriff, and then at the end, y'all can decide what you wanna do on it. So the revenues, nothing's changed since you all saw it the last several weeks. So if you go to page 5, that's county commission, nothing's changed on it. Page 6, no change. So page 7, there's 3% put in across the board, in every budget. So all you've got is a 3% increase, to the secretaries, both of those, and that's it. So if you go to the next page, page 8.
There's, excuse me,
Yeah.
Courtney, there's some misinformation out there
Okay.
that I was confronted with today, that commissioners, county commissioners are making $75,000 a year. And whoa, 400. So
Be corrected.
that, yes, it was corrected, but that's the rumor right now, is that we make $75,000 each. And we quickly corrected that, but I just wanted to let you know that is out there.
Well, I think it's the way that the commission budget is developed here, we would put in so much of the what's the terminology, the workman's comp.
Yeah,
So when someone
It's a
sees
big
just a line
cost.
item for $661,000, that's the assumption, when they just see county commission, $661,000, you divide that by 10, that, all of a sudden, that's what they think we made. So I think that's just a matter of, but I agree, I've had that conversation as well, when somebody just sees the budget, and they see county commission line item, you know, $661,000, that's what they assume we made. So,
So man, that's a lot harder.
yeah,
They gotta hold your tax return.
That's what it was.
so,
Right.
you know,
So that adds to the fuel of everybody being
it does.
ticked off. It goes past ticked off to hissy fits.
It does.
okay. So page 7 only had the 3% increases. Page 8 is the exact same thing, 3% increase. Page 9 is the attorney, no increase. This is something, you'll see it kind of shaded gray to the side. The election commission has, of course, the state mandated salary, and then you've got 3% increases. So last time, you all chose to decrease that part-time IT position from 20,000 to 10,000. So is that still what you want to do? Leave that at 10,000?
I'm good with it. No matter.
It is a new part-time position.
Part-time position.
Well, I don't think we'd be hiring anybody new right now.
Okay, so unless you all tell me no and everybody wants to do no, then I'll just leave it in there. So if you all don't want, we'll mark it now and we'll take it out.
And was it just a part-time position to be helping with new machines and stuff like that?
Yes.
They're gonna need? Didn't they say it's gonna
Yes,
need
that was what was presented, yes.
But they was needing 20, and we're just gonna give them 10, correct?
That's what was decided last
Right.
week, yes. And then he had an increase in for the election commissioners, but that was taken out, so you'll see that's the exact same amount now. So do you wanna leave that 10,000 or do you want it taken out?
I think. Later, nobody's gonna sign it?
No, I mean, I agree, I'm not generally in favor of hiring new people in this kind of budget situation, but we're talking new voting machines in an election year and in
We've
years
done
to
that
come.
crazy election
And
thing already.
you get into a situation like that, you start talking about lawsuits when people are on a ballot, and you start talking about the voting machines going down, and then suddenly $10,000 is dropping the bucket. When
Yeah, it's
somebody,
going
you get
to
somebody on a
disappear.
ballot and a voting machine goes down, and then the county's being sued. So I think that $1,000 is an investment that is small compared to what we're facing otherwise. My opinion.
I agree.
Either that or taking the best of the ones we already have and changing them on.
Well, and that's a good point too. We do have an IT department that, you know, of course, and I'll speak to Dustin's expertise. I've worked with him at the bank and then now he's working at the county, so I know what he can do. So, that is an excellent point as well.
More than likely, they'd probably right there sell this part-time person in.
And that's a very good point too. So, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to that. We do have an IT staff already on staff, so. I don't know if there's an arrangement that can be set up that could cost share that between the election commission.
To check to see what it would cost to train.
Could that be kind of a
Well,
cost share between?
the general fund pays for all of it, so
Okay.
it wouldn't matter, I mean, it's all coming out of the same fund, so if you wanted to put somebody else. That's how the second IT position, there was only one IT position, and that's how the second one came about, was they needed more help at the election commission, so James Brown funded some of that out of his
Where is
budget for that first portion.
We're just approving $10,000 extra dollars, right, no matter. I
Right,
mean, it
and
ain't
last
saying a
year-
new person.
A year ago, a new full-time position was added.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
And in reality, we basically got three, cause, Mr. Ruckles said, well,
Well, this is true with GIS, that's very true. I mean, he's on one of those jobs.
So last year, what was the increase in other equipment for 16,000? Was that?
Do what? What now?
Last year, we increased it almost 16,000 in other equipment.
That would be something you all would have had to ask him when he was in here.
How much have they used? You said that to us, but I can't get it.
16.
Last year, we increased that item.
Now, it might not have actually been an increase. He might have always budgeted 20 and he only used 4,000.
So, look,
Because that column is actual. That's not what was budgeted.
And how much was this was left? Is that what you were looking
I'm trying to.
I can look at what it was that year.
at? You trying to look at that turn in?
Talking about the email last time.
Yeah, you got that.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I got. Thank you. Appreciate that. You're in court.
When did we get new machines? Do you recall when we got new machines? Or we get new machines?
He has a
I know we paid
reserve,
some one
He has a
time.
reserve,
We-
he has a reserve that, to pay for the new machines, and then he's getting some additional state funding for that.
I guess the question is that we already got the machines. Have we already used the
yeah,
machines?
I think the last conversation, they have not been in use, but my understanding that they have been purchased, is that my understanding, John? That they have been purchased and they may have been on site, but they have not been in use yet. I think maybe the August
Purchase
election, is that,
order, purchase order's been issued on.
so.
I don't know that they're here. Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense to me to invest in the training side, and so you don't have that $10,000 in there every year.
Well, that would be a way to look at that. It's probably a smart way to do it since we already have the staff here.
I mean, if we can do it that way, but we can allocate it here in this line, right? And use it, like you said, to,
No, they're paid out of the IT budget, the ones that we have now. They're in a department by themselves.
so that's,
This would
that's their
be-
department, right?
This would almost have to be a contract person
Yeah.
that he would bring in, because I don't know how you could.
Could you not do a departmental,
We could just do a resolution.
I was gonna say, could you do a resolution and,
So you move X amount of dollars into this training day. That would-
To pay for training, is that the question?
Say we come next month and need a training and
Yeah.
we do a resolution, say give $5,000 for school,
Yeah.
ABC, and go do
to send our current IT?
it. That'd be just way to do it, wouldn't
Yeah, I mean, that would be up to you all how you
it?
want to fund it.
Yeah.
That's doable.
Just way to do it.
I mean, as long as that's, legally doable from, finance, comptroller.
But if you give him 10,000 for part-time, after you pass it, you can't in 3 months take it away and then send somebody else to training. So you'd have to
Yeah.
decide now.
Let's
So-
take it out, if you need to, we'll put it back to.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I'm saying take it out and use it as a training methods for our current.
for our current IT stuff.
As we need.
So you're saying put in IT now, or do that by budget
No,
amendment
I'm sorry,
later?
I just leave it in general fund.
Okay, so take that 10,000 out.
Yes.
Okay,
And that is one of the things that the comptroller has said, you make your best effort on the budget, and you can make changes in this budget all year long.
Right.
If your financial situation changes by resolution.
Well, think about that, it's kind of what we did last year with the ECD department, we gave that penny back with the agreement, well, I say agreement, the understanding if we needed money, we would ask for it.
That's true.
So,
It was for maintenance.
we'll
of
leave it
that.
managed and stuff, it was.
That's true.
okay. So I've got that taken out. And then we left the election commissioners pay the same.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
But before we go, his employees are getting a raise.
yes, 3%. Every page in here does have 3%. It does. Okay, so this budget has a special case in it. And a couple weeks ago, you all had said anybody that got a salary increase by resolution, because last year you passed no increases, and then some increases went through by resolution. There's 2 that are still in here now. So The Register of Deeds office had a resolution to do a pay increase, a salary increase, and so did the ambulance department.
Okay, so we're paid 11.
Huh?
Page 7, yeah.
Yes, page 11, Register of Deeds. So you'll see a note over there, on the side, one salary increase by resolution, so there was no 3% added to it. So out of that line, 106, that's deputies, there's 140,000 in there. That gives a 3% increase to all those positions except the one that was approved by resolution. So that's what was discussed earlier. So do you all want it that way, or do you want to?
I think it's fair.
Okay, that's what you all said, and then we didn't have that on the agenda last time, so we didn't go over it again. So there'll be 2 people that got a special raise during the year by resolution that will not get the 3%. Is that how you all want it?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all that's there. That's the only difference. Planning, there was no 3% added there because there's nobody,
Now, that raise is not added back to that this year. That resolution was one time.
no, it moves it. It moved it there
For
as an amended
it's-
budget.
It was in the budget. She won't get an increase in the year we're budgeting for right now because she got an increase last
Like
year.
if it was $2,000, she made 20 and now she makes 22, she'll stay at 22.
But that's why I'm asking. So it's not a $2,000 every year.
No, it was
One
one
time.
time
One
and it'll
time.
just stay in that line.
Okay.
Raised her base is what it did.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. So in the planning department, as far as finance knows, as of today, that position it's been advertised. So there's no, increase on that right now. So do you all want to put 3% on that?
Just,
Well, no.
I don't know when the person would start.
what's your plans for? Are we gonna try to hire
We
somebody?
have one more interview to do, trying to get the city mayors together, so we've got one more applicant to interview. The city mayors and the Register of Deeds, Ms. Bivens, is adamant, asking that we fill this position and not do East Tennessee Development District. So that's the road that we've been going down now. Obviously, this board can fund it ever how they want to, but that's been the general discussion. They've been adamant. In fact, Ms. Bivens called me, I think it was Tuesday morning, just asking for an update on the search, and we've had, like I said, we've had five interviews with one more. We're trying to get scheduled this week.
What is the salary that they're offering?
Well, the current salary is 47,02259. I'll give you an example. Loudoun County is also in a market for a planner too. That person left there at 65,000.
The longevity and the pending insurance may go down.
Well, yeah,
Right.
you know, if it's a person that's not in the county, that there would be no longevity.
The longevity, the only reason that has stayed in here right now is the person leaving that position has worked here longer than 5 years, and she would be getting that. She's employed here through June 30th. So we will pay that out in July.
She's not county resident.
County employee,
Oh,
County employee.
it's not based on.
I think it's illicit, boy.
No, I'm not really-
She's not a county
Like, for
resident.
example, if another county employee got this position, they'd already have longevity. Yeah.
So you have somebody in-house kind of.
Well, yeah, in case we did, that's just a scenario. We've only had one.
I start saying, do you have?
And if that happened, their longevity
We've
would
had
transfer
one
from
in-house.
wherever it was budgeted to there. So,
Actually, that's when we got interviewed this week.
So it's only increasing 634.
yeah, and that's just the longevity and the
That's
taxes.
if we don't give it the 3%, right? That's what you're asking, if we wanna add 3%.
Yeah, and there was nobody in it, so if
So
you
there's
gave
nothing
3%, you'd be
bad
giving them a
to it.
3% raise on the first day.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say, roll on. I mean, there's no employee in that
Yeah.
position now, so there's no reason to give 3% raise.
Just so you know, $37,000, not all county money. It's split up.
Yeah,
Between
the
the
cities,
municipalities.
So in reality, it goes to general fund, but the Bluff and cities, and that paid it 47,000. The other cities contribute.
The cities paid $28,900 of that salary. $28,900. Each of the 4 cities pay quarterly into that total.
Sweetwater pays the most.
Okay, so we'll move on to page 13.
So what was the drawback between the other organization and having our own planner?
Customer service. Mr. Anderson.
Timeliness.
Right, because, you know, we got an office, people can walk in, bring a plat, discuss. If we went with another agency, we'd have to basically have a drop-off point, and it may be a few days before they can pick it up and review it.
Gotcha.
And of that 46, does the counties or the cities kick in some for that?
That's what Mr. Kirk was.
Oh, I see.
About 29,000 on cities.
I was reading.
Yeah.
We've been there.
Okay, so we're moving on to page 13. So the very top line there, this was passed by resolution. That was the increase, $5,430. So that was the third one that does not have one in ambulance, one in register of deeds, and this would be the third one that has no 3% increase added to it. Because the 5,400 was a lot more than 3% would have been. So you all understand that, okay with that? Okay.
Yeah, we're not adding 3% to them, right?
Right, because it already got a $5,000 increase. The very last line in that budget is the radio system that was purchased. There's an annual payment for 10 years on that. Audit, our state auditors are reviewing that. So they may end up telling us to put that under a different code. We put it under communications because that's where we felt the best payment for it was. But with that amount of debt, they may do that we decide to put it, they may have us put it somewhere else. So if they do, we will make that change and let you all know. But that's the amount, and the correct amount's in there.
So the communication is like internet, iPads, stuff like that?
Telephones, fax lines,
But that other capital outlay is all this massive
the radios.
radio system that
Motorola.
911, firefighters, they all benefit from. Pardon me?
Oh, what's that?
Okay, page 14, this was the page that split that full-time position with solid waste. You know, he was gonna pull both amounts part-time together to make a full-time. I backed it out of solid waste and I backed it out of this. I've reduced those insurance lines to take that out. And I've made a zero up there where you had a secretary and put the original part-time personnel money back in, and then 3% on top of that's where you get the 16,813. So 3%, the full-time removed and part-time put back in are the only changes there. The next one, page 15, it's just 3%, and then you can see, if you're looking at the last column, you'll see $1,200. These are not changes I've made, we're just reviewing what's in here to see that you're okay with it. So $1,200 went up on maintenance agreements, $500 on travel, $500 on office supplies, and then I took $1,000 out of office equipment. So none of them that we've looked at so far have had any changes other than 3%. So are you all okay with those changes?
I will make a note, as far as travel goes, I know the state has backed everything up to maybe not having anything until maybe February of next year, possibly even March. So we should see a return on that too, probably next year, so they're not doing nothing.
And actual travel in 18-19 was $372.
Yeah.
So,
Why is she behind?
Well, he has
New
one
training.
training
Yeah.
session, then he goes to a year, and it all goes into that line. It's
Yeah.
not just like mileage and. or
fees for
airfare or
conferences
something like that.
and hotels all go in the travel line. Okay,
Good.
do you want to put, are you gonna leave that $500 increase in travel in there or not?
Oh, I'm just making a statement. I'm just thinking we'll get some back because we reduced
We
travel
should.
from the state.
What you're trying to say, we should.
I think cut it 4 times.
That would be, I would guess, a question for the mayor, because like I said, I had read that, I don't know how concrete that is, so.
Yeah, and certainly, we're not encouraging any travel right now. And even though this, a lot of these budgets were prepared well before COVID hit, and included the travel. So think Mr. Kirkland is right. I think it's gonna be a while before we're allowed to, and before we allow our people to travel, unless it's an emergency. We're just not going to conferences just to be going to conferences.
These training sessions are actually canceled.
Right. And almost everything now
It was
is
this year, it was
virtual or
canceled
online.
So did we set ours?
Say 2,500. It's the
I'm
same.
thinking,
I'm sure it will be.
Main Street
We'll be
Grant.
taking that.
I mean,
We're not
did we
using-
take,
we're
I mean,
not
did we
using-
take our travel?
Oh, and your
No,
nose
it
is.
stayed the same.
Why didn't we take
What
ours
do you
out?
think?
If you go to something, there won't be any money for you to go to something, we have to take it all out.
Times are tough, times are hard, it would be lucky to get a Christmas card.
It could happen, it might not happen.
It's on the
If it
way,
doesn't
man,
happen,
July the fourth,
then
half
you
the
want to
year.
put it in line.
Right, if you don't use it, it'll just
Okay.
go back into fund balance.
But I see what the point that you're making, that you're gonna have to
Oh,
raise
yeah,
taxes
that's
like
the same.
as much as you can now, so you
I've
have to
always
raise
been
money.
bad to work.
Okay, do you all wanna leave this like it is? Do you wanna take that increase down to what it was originally? What do you wanna do?
2,500.
Yeah, I think we should cut it in half. If, or at least, I mean, he's saying himself, we're not gonna be doing much travel, so.
Let's say you go back to the commission travel, it's $10,000. I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about, you know, we can cut it out.
Well, then that's the thing, I mean, we have to have so many hours of education,
Yeah.
so,
Right.
and we're gonna have to do that online, I take it.
Most of it, I think you will see it online.
Yeah.
So do we have to pay CTAS for that?
Some of it you do,
Some
some of
do.
it you don't.
Courtney's having to pay her, we have to pay for her. Some of them, if you do, they're like $25 or $50, something like that.
That would be the only one I question, that's this.
There has been no money spent, out of travel for this whole fiscal year, the last 12 months.
The cancel it.
So,
That's what I was saying there,
Take it
just a
out of
minute ago,
commission.
just that we cancel our travel, because, you know,
the only thing, if you take it out and then you don't have enough money to pay for it, you're gonna have to fund it out of fund balance. If you remove all your travel and then you need travel, on county commission side.
That's something to look at if it has to happen. I mean, like I said, who's governing our classes? I mean,
Again, I go back to the concept of, are all these lines, I know, well, maybe at some point they were needed, but from another perspective, you know, why don't we look at things and say, hey, if we need to do something, let's just do general fund and go, and leave it. If we don't use it, it's already sitting there.
Why ain't travel just in one single general fund? I mean,
Because every budget has to be accounted for separately. If it was all in one, you wouldn't be able to tell if somebody spent 50,000 in travel, and somebody else just spent $100. So that's the only reason that.
Now,
If we better leave it, you think, in each, as a line?
I'm just thinking optics here, you know, we've done a lot of cutting this year. And if we don't, you know,
I mean, obviously that money gets back when it's
Yeah.
not used, but.
So leave 1,000 in it or cut it?
cut in half, maybe.
Okay.
Look, in 18-19, are you talking about commission?
Yeah, county commission.
You spent $6,048 in 18-19, and I don't think that was a normal, probably a normal year. maybe.
So we had two.
So if you
we
did
had two
five,
conferences, so we had two
If you did
trainings,
5, you'd probably have.
so 5,000.
But you're gonna have you had your training yet? You didn't have your training.
Yeah, I would say, hey.
I need a commission.
commission.
Come up, need the training.
So are y'all going back to page 5?
Just for the travel.
Okay.
We sort of digress, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what do you want to do? We're gonna be here a long time tonight if we don't.
Go five. Five reasons.
Just go 5 and.
Five.
Okay. And you spent 6,000 the year before, so if you do the same travel, you'll be short. You'll go
It's
wrong.
called.
That's good.
We're saying we ain't gonna be traveling.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we know we're not going anywhere this fall, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so go back to page 15. What do you want his travel to be?
Would it be what it was last year?
25.
So I've got to cut it in half or leave it at what it was.
Just leave it, let's go on.
4,500, so you wanna make it 4,500?
Yeah, just
No increase.
Yeah, just leave it 4,500.
Okay.
Those online classes can cost $7,000.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then he's got a $500 office supply increase, you will leave that in there.
They've been using it a lot, haven't they? I know ITers, are y'all still using, GIS a lot?
Do you want?
He only used 3, is he wanting to buy a copy machine or a plotter or anything like that?
Yeah.
Those big sheets of paper are expensive.
Okay, so we'll leave that in there. The only change I'll make to this page is travel back to the original amount of 4,500.
I just, I'd leave it at 2,200.
Okay, office supplies back to 2,200. Okay. Everybody good with that?
Well, I was looking at his office equipment, he went down 1,000.
He took 1,000 out, and then maintenance agreements went up 1,200.
So it's trying to balance that.
Yeah. Is that good?
Yep.
Okay,
Sorry, hold on a second. 718 motor vehicles, did you have that? That was good?
yeah.
Yeah, they got an Explorer, an old Explorer,
That's fine. I forgot.
or an Expedition, it's not one of the newer Explorers.
No, it's
And
not
we got
needed.
it from TBA, for the TBA graveyard.
I was crushing that thing.
We got a thousand from the sheriff's department, the city's.
$3,000.
Okay, the next page, this is county buildings. So 3% is in there. And that shaded part, that was 355 jail, that was changed to 0. You can see the line under that, mowing was $12,000 moved from vehicles up to mowing. So that's where that change came from. And then it went up another 1,000, so it was a total increase of 13,000 for mowing. The next shaded one down towards the bottom, 75,000. Inside that, and that was mentioned in the email that I read from Brandon, but I made a note of it in here. In that $75,000 that's budgeted right now, 25,000 of that is a grant match for the courthouse restoration grant. It's a 60-40 match grant. So the grant pays 60%, the county pays 40%. And that went through county commission. And just so you know, inside that 75,000, 25,000 of that is a grant match. And then equipment on the line 717, almost at the bottom, went up $1,500. So do you all have any changes that you want to make to this?
Okay.
He was saying, that he's still having to maintain the jail, that we shouldn't eliminate it totally, the old jail.
If we quit maintaining it, they will be
No,
certified.
the annex,
The
the jail,
annex.
the jail.
The old jail.
And I don't know,
The old
Jail,
jail.
jail.
the annex is, that's the one they don't.
And the jail,
No jail.
the old jail.
Yeah, there's actually three
Three.
facilities.
There's the jail, and ain't the Nashville City looking to buy the jail?
I don't know.
I mean, I heard a rumor of that.
That's up to this body, that once we decide what we're gonna do, or what this body's gonna do with the old jail and the annex. There's interest, they're looking for a new facility or to move out of the, but that would be up to this body to do. I mean, as far as making a decision on annex itself, and, we got the utility costs, we got that, I think roofing costs, and I think that was gonna be Mr. West gave me that estimate today. I believe it was over $53,260 to re-roof the annex. So all those things are things to consider.
I
But
talked to Albert, and he said he was gonna get a count of the boxes as quick as possible. I talked to him.
They have counted them,
They have?
150, I remember Brett, what was the cost that he got me on that, Brett got me costing that,
50 to 75, okay.
$75,000. What they got, they have 150 legal size file boxes. Plus, they have some others that people they're just everywhere, they're gonna have to go through them.
Yeah, that's what he said, they're gonna go through and
The
do.
preliminary count was about 150 is what they said. But I don't know what the utilities, we talked about the utilities that they kept in there, and how many years and utilities that would cost to do that. They don't have to keep everything in that prisoner's file, and so I was gonna have to go through, they're gonna have to go through each file, but he told me he had people to do that. They could go through each file and decide what had to be kept there.
So, if we sold the jail, if we're not wanting to put no money into it, if we sell it to Madisonville, would it cover the cost of, scanning the papers?
Well, I don't know, it would depend on what kind of deal y'all was supposed to do.
well, and I think the thing to consider about the old jail, not to confuse the old jail with the annex. And I'm just gonna say this from a personal standpoint, I don't think this body wants to have to demo that place and endure that cost.
Exactly.
So I think that's,
Suggesting we shoot it over to Madisonville.
I think that's to be considered in any negotiation for work. I mean, I've heard estimates anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million just to demo it and haul it off, maybe an asbestos abatement and all that included, so. But the annex is a totally different
Yes.
scenario.
Yes, it's in your building. and
Yes.
Are they wanting the annex as well, do you know?
I think the city has expressed interest in
In both buildings?
and myself, we've not even let them in that building because I did not want to do anything to this body decided what to do with that building. Definitely, they've always been interested in the old jail. And on behalf of Mr. West, and I will say this, he was one that within his budget requested raises by decreases. I am gonna ask that you reconsider that 17,000 on county buildings, just because so much of that's gonna be used for that grant. We don't know if obviously, we know if the annex is gonna be $53,000, that's one week right there.
Right.
And I know the original was that 92, I am gonna ask that you reconsider that, because I think that's important. Obviously, even though that we're in a no requisition time right now, things break on these buildings every day. And we have to do these emergency requisitions and we'll have to pay till June 30th on some of these things. And that's just cost of doing business.
So you're saying put it back to 90?
I would ask you to consider that, just because it is for a county, it's no other purpose other than county buildings.
And if it's not used, it goes back in, right?
Right. And Mr. West, I think it's obvious, and school system does a wonderful job. Mr. West does a great job on a shoestring budget with as many buildings as we got, comparatively speaking.
And what's he do to turn back in?
Sorry, Mr. Wright.
I ran the numbers with him last week and
86.
estimate, if nothing else happens, like the mayor said, something could happen tomorrow, take all of it, but estimated about 130,000.
This year.
That he turned back in?
That would be left
Yeah.
unspent,
Right.
yeah.
For budgetary purposes, do we not budget that amount if he's turning that back in? Is that about what he turned in every year?
If you do that, then you would have no fund balance ever, because if you give everybody back what they don't spend, then you would be spending 100%, and your fund balance would be gone in about 2 years or 3.
No, I think you're thinking the other way, aren't you?
Yeah, I think.
What?
That's what we've talked, I think what you and I have talked about. So if we're only spending
cut it to that.
Yes, if historically, all
If we
budgets
need to,
have
we can
spent
get
that
I
money,
thought you meant, did we
why
want
do
to
we
give that,
continue to
add
budget
it
up?
back?
Yeah, that's our budget here, and I know
Yeah.
Brandon does a great job. If we wasn't on a shoestring budget, but, you know, if
I
we need
agree.
that money, we can get it, if something does tear up.
And that's why in my email that I sent with all those statement of expenditures, it's really hard to compare budgets to budgets because some, like maybe there were no large disasters this year, so he was able to be savvy and turn a lot of money back in. But some other budgets, they may not have hardly anything to turn back in because it takes every dollar that's budgeted to make it. So they're all different. So it would just be up to you all how you wanted to,
So he was factoring, 6% raise for his guys and that?
it was close to 6.
Yeah, and is that fair to give them 6 and everybody else just 3?
Well, this has
This budget
3.
has
This
3.
is-
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I was arguing saying.
He done it within his budget.
What the mayor's
I
asking
know he
for
does
is
his
money
budget and
for repairs.
Preston had been done.
What's the average age of the buildings, just in general? Probably 20, 30 years.
At least.
So you're reaching that 4-year mark.
Yeah,
So, I mean, you're gonna start having some major repairs in
Well,
that.
one of the things that we talked about was the roof on JPK.
Right.
It's been pieced together for years, you know, we do partial. But then you can always revisit it with a resolution. The only problem is when you revisit with a resolution, if we would go ahead and take care of it, but if something happened, we had to wait 3 weeks on the county commission meeting. Technically, we shouldn't spend that money until after that resolution
Right.
was passed. And I think that's probably one of the reasons that we keep funding it at the level that we keep funding it and just hope that they turn it back in.
And buildings is one of those things you can't wait till the next meeting to vote on.
JPK is 40 years of it.
To do,
So if you have
emergency repairs.
HVAC go out right now, when it's 90-something degrees,
Well, we're gonna buy it. There's no question about it. You
Yeah,
know,
I'm
some of
looking
these
at one right
buildings
now,
have
$10,000
multiple
a month.
HVAC units.
And it ain't
so what are you proposing to move it back to?
92 something.
The original 92.
Oh, just on the.
Just on the county bill.
Just on the county bill.
Just on that 17,000.
So, actually it takes the budget down still 30-something thousand, huh?
Yeah, he's still,
36.
he's still cut.
Roll on, sound good to me?
So we're gonna leave it at 92?
Yes.
you hear that?
But
You hear that? We're moving.
92.
92.
Good, good.
We
Move
moved 2
along.
pages.
Can we make it 92,000 even?
That's fine.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Mayor, you didn't get $133.47, sorry.
Okay, not 17 didn't have anything on it. 18, that line that's gray, that's the only line that'll change. If we increase taxes, then the trustees commission line has to be increased. So that's why that's noted there. If we don't increase taxes, then that line would stay the same. That's what is budgeted.
What is that?
It's a portion, it's a state mandate. When money runs through the trustee's office, it's in every county. There's a set amount by law that they keep a certain percent. That office does not keep it. It goes into the general fund. It does not in any way go back to the trustee's office. They don't keep it. There is a revenue line called trustee commission.
Were you referring to the
So we
trustees
budgeted
commission or
it,
the
it goes
budget?
back to our general fund.
You have to budget it. It's an expenditure on every money, every fund that comes in. But there is a commission, trustees commission.
Okay.
And the amount you'll see on the revenue is a lot more than what's out of the general fund because all the funds pay into that.
Taking money.
19 over.
Are we on 19 now?
Next.
We're good.
Moving on.
Good fine.
Archives has a 3% increase, and that's it. That's on page 19.
I'm good with it. That's
Page
just a raise,
20.
right?
Has a what? Page 20 has a 3% increase, and then you've got $1,100 added to postal charges, and that is due to an increase in stamps and postage. And then data processing equipment, the $6,527. That amount is for a new server that would be required for us to keep processing all the aspects of our
The
office.
processor we got about full, correct?
Yes, it is.
80%.
Go with it, let's go with
Okay.
it.
The next one, is just 3%, and then you can see she moved 1,500 from one line and put it in the maintenance agreement line. And that's the only change on that budget.
Okay.
Next is reappraisal. There were no changes, just 3%.
Good, good.
Trustee, 3%, and then there are some changes. Contracted services went up $5,000. Office supplies, 1,100, and other charges, 1,000. So
What was his contracting services?
Yeah, well,
that is, local government is the software that finance uses and the software that the trustee's office uses for all the property tax
So that's just
collections and accounting.
You got a 9,000 decrease there, what was that? Capital outlay.
That amount was budgeted for a new server, just like we're having to buy a new server this year. They don't need a new server during this budget. So she's decreased that in order to fund these other things.
let's go with it.
Okay. Next is the county clerk's office. It's a 3% increase, and then just $200 added to maintenance agreements, $500 to postal charges.
Good.
Okay. Circuit court only had 3%. There were no other changes on the other lines. Page 26, 3%, no changes otherwise on the general sessions judge.
What's the, oh, it's 7,000 on insurance.
The judge's salary, we have one thing that Libby reminded me of. On page 26, the state is late on sending us what the judge's salary will be. It comes from the AOC office. CTAS doesn't determine that. So they just recently released, after these were already printed, they've released what the judge's salary will be. I don't think it's going to be more than that, but we will adjust that to the exact amount. That's
Why did the
budgeted.
insurance and stuff go up $7,000?
Because people change plans during the year. So if you have a person on the single plan that the county
They
pays,
married or something, okay.
well, and then like if somebody goes to the family plan, it doubles the cost to the county. So some will go down and some go up. So that's what happened there. There was a plan change.
Okay.
On the courts, I notice there's a lot of money left in their budgets, is that because of the absence, or them not being in courts?
Of course.
Where do you talk?
Oh, well, in that email you give where money left, or whatever.
Oh,
Estimated money back.
I mean, that, all I can see is what they've actually spent. I can't tell you why they have that money left over. You have to ask
I'm
them.
assuming it's because they ain't had enough courts.
I mean, that's gonna help our fund balance with all.
Yeah,
that
it would.
back, and we don't see the number until we vote on it, so it's.
Well, if you don't have jury
True,
trials, you don't pay jurors. For
Right.
lots of reasons that you wouldn't use that money. They
You
should.
answered your own question.
How much we pay for family insurance? I thought the family had to pay their part.
They do pay a portion of it.
20%,
How much the county pay?
78.
I don't have that right in front of me. We calculated it last year.
Oh, that's good. Next time.
The employee pays maybe 27%.
That's all right. We'll get it.
I can get that for you.
We'll get it later. That's fine.
I'm good with it, let's go.
Okay. Chancery Court is on page 27. I just left that note on there. I just meant to take that off where it says ask for 2 to 5%. That's just,
We got
no.
3 on there, right?
it's got 3% calculated. I'll remove that note on the
Paying
side.
after 2.
And there were, no, I went ahead and put 3.
$15,000 was that remodel?
Yes, and that's what she sent that letter for last week, was to tell you she wants to get new jury chairs and different things with that money. It is gonna go towards part of the remodeling. So do you wanna leave that in there? And it would be a one-time expenditure. She said next year she would not ask for that. That would be one time if you all want to fund it.
That's good.
Leave it, okay.
Does it, does it need $15,000 worth of work done to it?
Budget.
I mean, I've seen the pictures of the scratches and stuff.
It's budgeted.
I thought that was for chairs and stuff. My understanding was chairs.
When she came back, it was for new jury chairs. And she was able to fund a lot of what she wanted out of this current year's budget. So that was her letter last week, to just to update that there were some other things she wanted to do, if you all would approve that. So do you want to leave it in there? It would be a one-time thing. Next year it would go back to $5,000.
We've done a lot of the work herself too.
And she said if she didn't
Yeah,
spend
they
it,
do a
she
lot.
would not move it somewhere else.
Right.
She did make that statement, and she put it in writing too, that she wanted y'all to know that.
She did build a lot of it up during, let's go with it.
Okay, next page is probate court. That's got the same note, but I just need to take off the side. It's got 3% in it.
You slipping.
I know.
When you
Just-
when you doing the 60.
These are all my hands, so,
You kind of get.
yeah. There are no changes on page 29. Okay. Page 30, this is the sheriff's department. What I'm gonna, it's got 3% down the line. The sheriff's side is the easier side, before we get to the jail. So if you will follow me on the left side, I'm just gonna call out the last 3 numbers on anything that they've changed. So about 3/4 of the way down, they increased line 320, $2,180 for dues and memberships. So do you wanna leave that in there?
Professional type thing, you gotta belong, yeah, I know it. I mean, I don't know, teachers pay it out of their, I mean, to belong to any APA, you pay it out of your pocket, but I don't know, tell me what I know.
Was there an explanation as to what those,
I'm sure there was in the letter,
This year.
in the book.
yeah, and all that was, what was sent this year?
Yeah, I'm looking at what
Okay.
we spent right now. They've spent $2,300 this year.
That's right on 320.
So,
Dues and membership increasing. TBI Crime Lab is a month behind. Process we can use Bradley County and get faster results.
oh, there you go. Thank you, Chad.
Mhm.
To
So-
use the TBI Crime Lab, it's an increased cost, but they get faster results because of the
To
lab.
use Bradley County.
Bradley
Yeah,
County
use Bradley
instead of
County.
that.
What was that cost for, so we've only spent how much this year? 2,300?
Yeah,
And then the cost to go to Bradley County's crime lab,
They're asking for 2180 more.
so 2,180 more. So we're talking about 4,500 instead of 6,500. So if we spend all that we spent last year, plus the additional to go to Bradley County.
and it gets back quicker and everything.
Well, we're taking into consideration for going to Bradley County too. I'm just,
Does this get them a court faster? Sitting on our, us paying for it, sitting in jail waiting on a test to come back
Sometimes
for
they still
6.
sit there, depends on how long the state goes from two, but maybe they
I was just trying to see if there was any saving, I mean,
do.
on turnaround.
Benefit, yeah.
Yeah, the benefit on that. I was just,
There's no explanation on 334 for maintenance agreements.
I can tell you what that one is. Well, maintenance agreement, that is the usage on their copiers. And the one above that, they have payment on their tasers each year and then the new copier leases.
The 330 is the Taser.
Taser and the copier lease both. And then the line below that, 334, is maintenance agreements. And you can see they spent $30,789 in 18-19. And they're requesting a total of $30,000 this year, so that would be about right on target for where they ended last year.
So their total increase just $38,000.
Okay, do you wanna leave the 2180 in, the addition on the dues and memberships?
That's the only thing that's changed, right, this went up, or,
Yeah, the tasers and copier lease and then the maintenance agreement.
Yeah.
Leave those in there?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, then on the next page, postal charges went up $500, on page 31, just with the cost of stamps. If, I'm looking at the last column, so anything that's not a zero will go over, so the 15,000, they added that to garage supplies because there were more cars coming out of warranty. And then that 28,000, it was an old grant, that project is finished, so that was taken out since the last time you saw that. So it's not really a decrease in their budget, that was a grant. And then we deleted, the copier lease because, the purchase, because we were leasing instead of purchasing, so that's that. So are you okay with the 15,000 on the garage supplies for the cars?
That's what costs more.
it probably costs more than that, since he's got 19 coming out of, lease, he said.
So on, the leases, that, what Mr. Langford just said, that is, there are some cars coming off the lease. So we mentioned that last time, and you all are still okay with leaving that in?
Where's that at? Which line?
That is line 610 and 611.
We don't know what the decrease would be.
There's 8 cars coming off lease.
Off of payments, right?
Yeah, we'll make our last payment.
I was meaning, their warranty,
Oh,
or the
yeah.
mileage and stuff like that's going up,
Right.
we're gonna have to start covering all that, it's worth 15,000 for.
It's, yes,
I wasn't talking
So
about
this-
that.
but on the leases, there's $88,235
Right.
of cars being paid off, the last payment.
So on the lease, there'll be a roughly 100,000 such.
Well, that would be, it's still in there right now. That would be up to you all, if you
So
leave
what-
it in there for
If
them
it's
to.
left over, is that
Because here's
something,
how
they
it
can-
works.
is that something they can
The
move on their own?
leases are over. For $1, we can buy the car. Or you can turn the car back in, but it's like we just.
Leave the money in there in
You
case
get
we
one of-
decide to buy the cars or something.
And they have to come before you before they lease, the lease, it goes through the law enforcement committee. Is that right?
We have to approve buying the cars.
You have to approve leasing or buying the car. What you have to do, because these will come off the lease payment. We'll reduce it this time. If you leave it in, then
They could spend it anyway.
he can lease more cars. You have to approve the lease now.
Yeah.
Because I won't sign the lease till the county commission approves it.
Right, but if we leave it in there and we don't approve it or whatever, you don't get suspended, correct?
As long as you don't leave it to another line item.
But we approve whether or not he moves it to another line, correct?
No, not necessarily.
So how much were we talking about taking out of that line?
$88,235 total.
That's what they
82.
need.
Same
That's
thing.
what they need.
That is what is gonna be paid off.
88,000.
So $82,414.96 is principal, and $5,820.64 is interest.
Total.
When did that be paid off?
They're paid off right now.
They're paid off now,
Well, they'll be paid off next week.
next week, okay.
Will come out of this fiscal year.
They'll come out this fiscal year.
Just set
Budget there.
before June 30th, right?
Yes.
They'll be paid off before then.
Yes.
So I would say decrease that
Okay.
What's it gonna cost him to cover next year's lease? Do you have that?
Yeah, it's the difference in what's budgeted in this.
In the 88?
Yeah. So on line 610, you take off 82,414.96.
Yes.
And then on line 611, you would take off $5,820.64.
Yes.
So the question is, do you want to leave that in there for more leased vehicles to be put in?
No, I'll let them come to the county commission.
Yeah, they need to come and ask for it.
Yeah.
Y'all agree with
Okay.
that?
I agree with that, I understand.
So take that amount out. those
So we're
two.
gonna take the whole 80 something out? Right?
88,
Yeah, and then kind
Yeah,
of 80.
because it's gonna be paid off next week.
Right.
88,235.60 is the total.
When we went into this, we really didn't know how it was gonna work out, if it was
Yeah.
gonna be the best thing for the county.
Sure.
We decided to try it and see how it works, so.
if, in June, at the end of this month, or in June, we'll be able to buy them for $1 or turn them back in, correct?
It's like you said, we still
Now,
have
do
to
we
pay
need
a
to leave
dollar.
some money in that for that, or, I mean, I don't know.
You would only budget what the payments are in that line. It's not a line that you put extra money in.
Okay.
So whatever
okay.
we budget for capital
We would
leases,
we would just over the general fund money to buy the
Yes.
car, correct?
The dollars.
Yeah, I would
Yeah, I mean, we pay right out of pocket, I guess.
pay cash.
Yeah. I'll pay for them, $8.99.
Would you rather just
Donate them to the county?
Yeah, donate a can, tell them here.
What about the communication equipment?
That is my understanding, Paulette, and I don't want to share computer. It's my understanding that he had to buy some extra radios because when you have extra employees, you have to have extra equipment. And so he had to buy radios outside of the original lease number of radios. Because we went around and said, what do you have to have? And it was evaluated and determined, and these are outside of that.
And they're not cheap.
They're about over $8,000 a piece.
okay. So the only change I've got in this is taking out the lease payments that are paid off.
Yes. And the interest.
Yes,
Does
The
that
principal.
buy that many radios every year?
Well, whatever you hire, whatever we
Whatever
decide to
you hire.
hire, we'll have to buy the radios.
So, we're not getting any employees here, so you wouldn't need it that 11,000 this year.
and that's what was budgeted last year too.
He's using it in this department, so
I know, that's what I was asking, I mean,
it should be, I mean,
Could be for radio repairs until we get the new ones too. Or-
you getting on
You
the
said that
radio
was
dome
88,000,
package.
how much?
I'm sorry.
What was the last part of the 88,000?
Oh, we're taking it out.
Yeah,
88, and I will make sure that these numbers are exact, but,
oh, okay, you won't give us another.
yeah, I will, yeah.
I'm writing all this down, I don't know what.
Well, you can, that way you can check and make sure I took it out though.
I
You
just,
want to see this before you pass that vote.
Yeah. Right now, out of the 708 communication lines, they've spent $700 and there's the current PO that's still open for $3,200. So you're looking at like $3,900 is what will have been spent out of that line this year.
We could have half. You would think, wouldn't be much, Chad, you're already per meal
And
already.
out of that line also comes if they have to buy a cell phone.
Has to
for
repair, you
somebody,
need to
it comes out of that also.
buy cell phones, you said. So it's
And they're
it's
not,
more
I
just
mean, they're like a
radios.
penny or two now, what we do, is if they do have some contact cell phones.
so we're taking out the 88,000 something plus 5,000 insurance, and we're going with it.
Rolling on, so negative
Do
50.
you all want to take
Can we
a
take a break?
break? The next one doesn't have anything, so we'll come back and start on the jail.
It depends on.
We have the snacks over there, if anybody wants another bottle of water, well, here's the training room, and there's a refrigerator.
Or another on this
Been a hard vote, but it ain't needed.
I'm sorry.
You know the cities get better than you radios? The cities.
City of Madisonville opted not to.
Yeah, you said none of the cities. They're all on the field, those,
I don't know, they are.
and that's what that was for, to keep in the cars to help them maintain, to make, to talk to them.
Does that say the previous
So
one?
that's what that
I
actually
think I
was.
started a new one.
No, it does.
Okay.
So,
Dustin,
Well, but no.
man,
Okay.
that's what we did, so.
All right.
he's flagging somebody down, I was making sure Dustin had a question.
Okay, we're going to the jail now. We're going to go to jail.
Yeah.
Halfway.
Okay, so I recalculated these. Now, they've not went back to the sheriff's office to be rechecked again after I've calculated them. But I took their hourly rate, we took out the 5% that was down through there and 3%. And on every side note, I tried to write what they were making and then with 3% what that would be. And then if they work 84 hours a pay period, that's what the 84/PP, that means then you take that rate times 84 pay periods times 26, because they get paid every other week. So then if you add all that together, that's how you're gonna get the total. So 3% down through there, it tells you what each person would be making. And on the line that's highlighted, one thing I did on this to make it easier, the first line that's 160, that's got 25 COs in it.
It's hard to see.
That's the current ones that are there right now. I'm getting my folder.
While Courtney's getting her folder, remember as you go down through here and there's equipment and there's uniforms and all of that is tied to the number of those officers, so you have to remember that. And we haven't done any reductions for that.
No.
We have not done any reductions on that.
Okay.
You've not done no reductions on,
Like uniforms, for instance, we talked about uniforms. We've left it at whatever.
When they were requesting 15.
15.
oh, okay.
That is the last reduction in those. So there's 25 corrections officers right now that are currently funded. Now, these other ones, like some of these, they've pulled out, like below that, they classification officer, they've got that separated now. Sentencing officer, that's some of those things that we said now you or they could look at their budget and see, oh, the classification officer's right there. They make 37,000. So there's 25 corrections officers, and over at the side, there's 17 of them that are budgeted at $15.92. And if you add 3% to that, that equals $16.40 an hour. And then there's the 8 that were budgeted last year that were approved only at $12.88. So that's where they'll say, if you add 3% to that, then that's $13.27 an hour. So if everything's correct, if you added all that up, you'll come up with $840,752. That's currently staffed. If you didn't do anything, that's how many are there right now, and that's the rates they make. Now I've added a new line for whatever additional positions you want to add in. So right now, that line includes 5 officers at $12.88 without they are brand new positions, so they would be at $12.88, not $12.88 plus 3%. So that's $140,649. Now, the reason your sheet is more on what I gave you, that's got Social Security, Medicare, retirement, and insurance costs in that. So there's not an error there. That's just the difference in it all. So that's what 5 is going to cost you. So are you considering leaving 5? Do you want? I've got calculations for 7 and 10, like you asked.
I'm for 10.
So I just need to know how many of you, what the majority of you won't put in. It's what we'll put in the budget.
When is the arresting freeze going to be lifted to where the jail will be full and needed?
I don't know.
I don't know that anybody knows that.
I mean, right now, when you're looking at, the board bill's not over offsetting this, is it? And this scare tactic of decertification, is that true? They get decertified, they're not fully staffed, or is that just?
You have to follow all the procedures. They can't tell you how many staff you need, but you have to have enough staff to follow the set procedures. It's what we've been presented
And I think
at meetings.
y'all were here when we did the walkthrough, and you heard what he told us. They wouldn't immediately be certified anyway.
Same thing at the bank. I mean, I have a staff of 6, $215 million institution. I just comply with the same federal regulations on lending and deposit regulations as a $50 million institution. It's how you manage, not how many people you have in those seats. Sure, I'd love to have 12 people doing what my 6 do, but it's how you manage. And we have managed well, and so for me, that's how I have to justify this.
I mean, as a county, we'd love to give everybody what they want.
Sure.
We can't do it, and we may have to look at the 3-year plan of giving it the 50.
I agree.
But, that's my argument.
I agree. It's hard to.
You can go back later, when, we don't know how long the pandemic is gonna last. I don't think anybody does, and his corrections doesn't know, and the state Supreme Court doesn't know. And it's just one of those things that it could happen next month, or it could happen 9 months from now. And if you don't put it all in here, then when it happens and it starts to, the need becomes apparent, then you can always revisit it.
And giving, yeah, that's kind of what I look at, you know, if the need starts to become.
And the way that, I mean, I know what I'm looking at tonight, I know what y'all are looking at. You're looking at what that final tax bill is gonna be.
Right, yeah.
If you can minimize it now, and then as the need arises, revisit it, well, then you're gonna save money for taxpayers.
Yeah,
It's just
right. I
like-
mean, if we don't give him nothing now, because he's doing good with what he's got with the member.
Well, I don't know that, you know, I
Well, I
don't
know
know.
that personally, but, you know, I don't get no complaints.
One thing, depending on how many, Libby's already mentioned this, but depending on how many people you add to the staff would depend on, that goes on into uniforms.
Yes.
And
But you
travel,
also said
training.
that you done got it, everything budgeted for 15 people, so that ain't gonna change, that's gonna drop if we do it 10.
It would drop.
That's what I'm
That's what
saying,
she's
we'd
saying.
have to make those
If
adjustments.
you did 5 tonight, I
Regardless,
believe
it would
it.
be, if we give him 5, or if we give him 10, then all of them's gonna drop.
Yeah.
Right, so,
If you did 5 and we budgeted for 15 extras, we could divide that by 3 and drop it by 2/3, you know, there are ways to take care of that sitting here tonight. We're just, our job is to make you aware of how it can be handled here. I don't think anybody can answer the question about when the pandemic is gonna come. It affects all of us.
I mean, it's a lot of unknown.
There are, it's a lot of unknowns, you know, and you can ask, the judge, for instance. He couldn't tell you when he's gonna have a jury trial, because he doesn't know. The circuit court clerk doesn't know. They're trying to deal with it the best that they can.
So my recommendation is at least do 5 and do a 5 3-year plan.
okay, if you were to do 5, that's included in here. So if you flow on down the line, we can come back when we get to the end of just this next page, we can come back and say that's for sure what you wanna do. The only other, there's one more increase down through here, it's almost at the bottom of the page, $3,200, and out beside it, it says new copier lease payments. That's a new line. They didn't buy copiers, they're leasing them, so that's a line that, would need to be in there for that.
You know, that's fine.
Now, the one that's grayed out towards the bottom, that's training, actual travel, and transports.
So is that including, are you talking about the 15 that are the original asked for, or 10, or?
When they went to 15, they changed their request from 59,000 to 50,000 in travel. So In 18-19, they spent $8,080.
We gave them.
In the current budget that we're in today, 20,000 was budgeted and as of right now, today, in travel, they've spent $8,516.
We put it back to 20,000
Yeah.
at least.
Okay.
At least. I mean,
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
like-
20,000.
Yeah.
20,000.
20,000.
Leave it like it was, no increase.
Okay,
What about the
Now-
custodial
So-
supplies?
yeah, that's the next line, custodial supplies.
That just a guesstimate or?
What's his actual this year?
Well, they haven't been in here very long, so
He's still getting.
I don't know how they are.
I don't even, we.
He spent $26,318 as of today.
And that includes at the old site and the new site. Most of the new
Yeah.
site, well, they bought some, but startup supplies were part of local money. Local money was used for startup supplies, a lot of it. Now, we didn't buy 12 months worth of it, but we bought several months of it to start out, so. But you don't really know how much it's gonna take to do that, because you're not at full capacity, one thing, and they don't have no experience to draw from.
Who cleans the jail?
So,
Who cleans the jail?
the maintenance
Is
department,
inmates do
the
that?
inmates clean back in the back end,
Yeah, didn't
the
know.
maintenance department does up here. And that runs out of maintenance budget. So back in the back end, I would assume it's mostly supplies back there.
Okay, on the travel, if we can go to the 20,000, back to the 20,000. If we give the new hires, are they gonna have to travel to get training or anything like that?
It's my understanding you get
They
training
do.
in-house.
Are they online in-house training?
Not a job.
The only time they would travel would be if they were gonna go to the post, post certified and jailers.
Okay.
That they was,
Yeah.
they have I think it's 40-hour training, is that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Because anybody that takes prisoners out, like if we weren't in the middle of the pandemic, why solid waste would be taking them out, anybody that handles them has to go through this 40-hour course.
Okay,
We
do you,
take custodial supplies to 45.
do you wanna change the custodial supplies or leave it?
I'd back it off a little bit.
I mean, it's like 35 too little, I mean, is that?
Let's see.
I do 35.
I do 50, at least, because you're looking at cleaning, how big is this place compared
What's the
to?
square footage of this whole building?
Yeah.
146,000 square feet.
What was the other one?
146.
I think it's 146, it's either 126 or 146, I don't know which one it is.
Brandon has some of that, though.
But that's what Brandon
Brandon has the front side, the non-secure side, the courtrooms, the offices, the
So-
secure side, the sheriff and Albert cleaning and trustees.
So a large portion of the building is being cleaned out of maintenance,
Yes.
so.
So it's not being used,
And-
utilized here, huh?
So the maintenance
Maintenance is
budget,
cleaning-
It's coming out of the maintenance budget?
They're cleaning all
the
this.
front, all the front side courtrooms.
Courtrooms
Anything with
and-
the pods is cleaned out of maintenance, is that not correct?
Yes, where the inmates are, they're cleaning.
So I'd say
I'm thinking.
Okay, so is he going up because, I mean,
It's 2 cents a square foot.
Just to get, they're just a guess.
yeah, is it because they think they're gonna need more cleaning spots for their criminals,
More
for the doctors, for COVID or whatever? I mean, is that what
These numbers were before.
That kind, okay, I didn't know that, okay, thank you.
I would say 35,000.
Are you okay with 35,000?
Yeah.
Okay, so travel went to 20,000 and custodial supplies went to 32.
Employees.
Okay. Supplies, okay. So go to the next page. That top line, drugs and medical supplies, that's actually the medical contract and medical That's your medical care for all the inmates.
So that's actually the cost of it.
Yeah, and they can't like, if somebody gets in a fight and they have to be rushed to the ER, sometimes there's large expenses that we can't help. So, those can fluctuate. There might be a really good year and there might not be that many. We might just be paying the normal medical bills and the monthly contract for the nursing and doctor staff.
And Albert's done said that they wasn't nowhere near as many fights in this building as they
Right.
have in the other one, so.
Right, it's true.
There shouldn't be, because the population has
Yes.
gone from 25 together to 2 together.
Yeah.
Uh,
So,
Is there a cost not to exceed on that contract? Is it just a fixed?
The way the original contract, and this is something that's coming up for bid next year, the original contract was by hours of nursing. And now it's over 400,000 with that. And then we had medical expenses on top of that. And the company, QCHC, paid all the bills to begin with, and we reimbursed them. Well, we running about a year ago, we ran into a little fluke with that down in Athens. And so finance started doing all that. And now the finance department is processing all of those payments. They're being paid quicker, more efficiently, in my opinion, because we get them to Albert, he's on top on them, we pay what we negotiate what we're gonna pay. And Jerome Nelson's helped with that a lot. So they should give us some money back on that contract because of that. The second thing is that our dental clinic is going to be doing dental work. And I've got a few more things to order downstairs, I found out. And then our dentist will actually be doing this, so they should give us a credit for that. They haven't done dental work in several months now because of COVID. So all of those things are gonna figure in that. Another thing that we moved on over is that the food and the laundry is based on prison population.
So that's cool.
Yeah, and it should go down, but I don't have a clue how it should go down. But it should go down, and you should see a savings in that line, and you almost have to play it out to see. Because, and the more inmates we have, the cheaper it is per meal to do that. So now it's up a little bit because the inmate population is down, so I don't really know what that would be for a 12-month period at this time.
It's flexible. So the $550,000 request, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I think it'll be every bit of it, Joe. We have some HIV people, and we have to pay HIV and any kind of medicine for a mental patient, we have to pay that.
Are they any kind of programs or anything that will pay for that? Or can they still get access to that? Is what they can?
They lose their rights when they're checked in.
Okay.
It's the way that I have been told that there's no Medicare. If they have a private insurance policy, it will continue.
That's right, we discussed that a while back, and I don't want to talk to you.
But they lose all their Medicare rights. So
When the bar shut,
it's really a no-win situation. But we pay a lot of medical costs for fights we did down in the other place, and that should get considerably better up here.
Albert said the way he's, taking care of the fights and stuff is put them in solitary, and that's really,
And they hate it.
yes, they are, he has said, he has had people come to him and ask him to let them out, that, they guarantee him that they will not act up. So, I mean, I would be fine with sitting at it.
$1,600.
What if they're not, I mean, he's saying,
Well, he
he's saying
says
that they're not
we're
fighting as much,
spending
he thinks it's not
$1,600
gonna be that bad. I mean, that's big, we could say.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
and our inmates do the work, and Kelwell just oversees it, and they actually can do it from the kitchen. There's a big window.
So on the lines that Libby referenced, it's towards the bottom. It has food as the cost center. If you're looking on the far left-hand side, 312 food, that's Kelwell. That's budgeted at $389,000. Right now, 33. we got to the bottom of that, but then we should have hit those two, the food and the laundry. Right now on food, we've spent 305,000 as of today. So there'll be another couple bills
Oh,
coming
okay,
for
never mind, I see it, okay, I see it.
389,000.
That's probably a pretty good number on it.
And then on laundry, we had budgeted 25,000. There were budget amendments for 22,400 to cover move to other lines. So that left 2,600 in that line, and we've spent $1,675 on the laundry, the 312.
25,000? So we cut that to 5,000, you guys? Was it?
Are we doing our own laundry in this facility, or?
Okay, the machines are smart machines. And you do not waste as much detergent, and this is what I've been told, but it's by the pound.
Yeah, they're using.
The inmates do it, but it's pre-mixed and all that, and so it's a huge savings and all of that. And the people from the kitchen, Kelwell, stands in the kitchen, they can see them out there. They manage both the laundry and the kitchen. We have inmate labor in both of those. Now, they have workers that are in there, but we have inmate labor too.
So our inmates could wash the machine to make sure that they're working.
They are, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the food is, I don't know what it is a meal now, I can't remember the last one I saw, but it's somewhere over between $1 and maybe $1.50 a meal. They get three a day and probably a snack, I don't
About
know.
$5 a day.
And, so if you figure the population was, what did I say, 172, averaging 172 last month, but then if there's a big population, of course, then it's gonna make up the difference. But it looks like the laundry is over budgeted from what we've experienced there. It looks like it's completely over budgeted.
And all we can do is tell you what the report shows.
What was it
Hmm?
last year? It was 25,000 last year too?
No, well, yeah, the current year we're in, we budgeted that,
Oh, yeah, okay.
and we didn't know when we would move over here. So those numbers were all estimates. So they're still estimates because they've not been here a full year for us to gauge.
So
So
how much of that do you think is coming back?
none because it's moved. They moved it to other lines.
Can we keep them from moving it?
We vote on
Okay,
it. We vote on it.
The rule
No,
is, if
not
it's
on
the-
anything, it's,
Low.
now, the school board insists that they see every resolution. And that, we have so many budget amendments, I mean, they want to see every budget amendment. But if it's from fringe benefits up, the county commission has to approve every one of those. Anything below that, we can do that by a budget amendment. And that one is not, that one can be signed off on. It can be moved, unless it's moved to salaries or fringe benefits,
Right.
it can be moved without, you know, okay.
Put it to 5,000.
So if they need more laundry soap, they can ask us, right? Is that what we can approve another 5 to 6 months?
And you all can get anytime that you all want, or once a month or something, you wanna see all the budget amendments. They're traced the same way, just if they don't, like she said, if it's not salary or benefits, legally, it doesn't have to pass through county commission as long as it's budgeted within that department. So anytime that you all wanna see what's been moved, we have the capability to run reports to say, you know, hey, last month in this department, they moved $5,000 out of this to cover this.
If you even wanted a report like that to be part of your monthly report to the
Yeah.
commission, we can do that.
Or you all can bring it on.
Just email it to us and save the paper.
Yeah.
And that way you can get a feel for what's going on.
Yeah.
Email it to us.
So laundry service, what we gonna do then?
That would be helpful, especially throughout the year.
Yeah,
So
can
we
do that.
can plan through budget season next year, because if we put a budget together like this, and then we see that there's a lot of movement between funds that we don't necessarily see. then
And
we've
this
got some
reflects-
Problems.
This reflects, this middle column, 19 to 20, it reflects everything that was changed through December 31st when we started running these. So that was the amended budget as of, so if they move 2 or 3,000 somewhere else, that's reflected there. But something, if they move something last month, it's not on this sheet. But we can definitely send that to you each month. We can email it, or like she said, put it in your packet.
Whichever one you want. You want it part of your pack or you want email?
Email.
I think an email would be sufficient.
We can do that at the end of each month.
Yeah,
That gives you a better look at what's going on in these budgets and, you know,
We can
and
ask
lots of
her.
times they just completely undershoot it, and sometimes it's well.
We can ask better questions too.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so do you want to, what about the laundry line at 25,000?
Put it 10 and let it go with it. If he needs more soap, he can ask us.
Y'all want it at 10?
We're gonna spend 2,000, right?
1,600.
I mean, we only spent, I think TJ Drive, if we only spent $1,600, there's no reason to budget
Yeah.
that large of an increase. I mean, I think the man's right.
Let's see where it's moved at.
Well, I've heard 5 mentioned the 10, so what do you want to put it at?
So we either come back if they don't spend it, if they don't move it well.
Right.
If
They can
move
move
it
it.
to another line, can't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Not just
you're-
them,
but-
any department, any
Right.
department can move funds.
Right,
if
yeah,
they-
yeah, I mean, we're not saying we're not the sheriff's department here,
Right.
we just,
Yeah.
this just happens to be one of the larger budgets
Right,
Right.
that,
Well,
You
and
know.
I just happen to think that you all don't know that that's available.
exactly.
And that takes part of it. When the mayor and I sign off on them, you know what we're signing off on.
Sure.
It's good business.
Yes.
It's good business.
No, we appreciate the insight.
Yeah, we need to know.
So, I mean, if we only spent 1,600, is 10 too much?
How many months is that? Is that?
11 months.
That's 11 months?
But that was mainly in the other jail, correct?
Right, and we didn't have a laundry service over there. So it started when it moved over.
Is it more expensive here or cheaper here?
We didn't have one at the old jail.
So we really don't have a baseline
Right.
to say what it could or could not be.
But they've been here the last few months.
How many months did we?
The laundry.
March, April, May.
No.
We didn't have to pay for any laundry at the old jail because it was,
No, it's just the supplies,
Yeah.
including it. It was run by the prisoners.
Right. How many months have we been here and how much have we used?
they just moved the prisoners over here at the beginning
How
of
long have they
this.
been using it here?
2.
No, longer than that.
But we had to ask them what day they started using the laundry. I don't
Well,
know.
it was from spot on, I think.
I mean, it has to be from day one, it was very close every day.
Because the people were already preparing the meals.
Right.
They do the same. Kelwell handles both. They were already preparing the meals down there. They knew
Yes,
they were going to move into this.
Right.
So it was from day one.
The laundry, we would have been having to pay them to do now over here, right?
I just don't know what day all the prisoners moved in here.
I can't
How
remember.
much, do we know how much we paid them today for
Yeah, $1,600.
for the last 3 months?
Yeah, from this whole entire year. That's what we
all
paid.
year.
That's all a year.
Oh,
So,
they're in here.
But we
But
didn't have
that
water
doesn't
service
have
over
the
there.
supplies in it or anything.
Thanks,
They
gosh.
provide. I think they do.
I mean,
That's the reason it's
Yeah,
a
I mean-
pound.
that's, I mean, I think,
If we're just up at 1,600 and this is, we're halfway through, so I mean, 75 is a reasonable number, I think.
yeah, I think that may be a reasonable number. That doesn't cut us bottom line.
I mean, don't, you know.
75.
Let's go 75 and that's,
Well, they don't have as many prisoners right now.
Right.
That's just
But
true.
what we're saying.
I'm just shedding, that's
This
fair.
fall, they might shoot up to something if it, you know.
That's
Well, if it
true.
does, you
Start
can
to
deal with
arrest
it.
them.
We can deal with it
You can deal
later.
with it.
Exactly.
It's the same thing. We don't have a full year of operation for the maintenance
Right.
over here, but
Sure.
we know that we're gonna have to deal with it if something catastrophic happens or if we start running short. And
So we're gonna change it from 25 to
here
75?
are the bills that we've got so far. We've gotten, there's a PO pulled for $1,000, which will get them through, the rest of the year.
it's just right.
So Kelwell is the company. There's been one bill for $105, $100, $132, $78, $259.
Less than $1,000.
We do have-
So that's the, That's the bills that.
Yes, I'm gonna keep going loud.
I was gonna say, man, Michelle makes a great point. We don't have a whole lot of prisoners in here right now. If we're going by the time, we're talking $1,200 a bill.
Well, you
We
got
might wanna
prisoners
look at
closing.
$5,000 is a 6-month PO probably.
Yeah, it's a purchase order.
Well, we might wanna look at 5 and then we can address it if we do have an influx of the population.
I say,
Let's roll.
Let's go with 5, let's move on.
I think you did.
All right, next time, let's go.
We just didn't want to agree with you.
Okay, do you want, oh,
5.
what's,
Yeah.
That fingerprinting, that's what, double,
well, that was their actual,
was it?
was 1819, so I can tell you what. It's one thing that kind of builds behind,
Because.
They hit the big
yeah.
numbers.
yeah, and. Yeah, right now they've used 100% of that. It's billed so often, and they've used that, so 26,
It's fine.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
actually used a little bit more than
It
that.
might be more. if
It
we
is
have
a
to-
little bit more,
Yeah.
so,
32, that's copies and duties.
okay.
How come we picked up more chiefs over here, a lot of captains, and you check over $106,000?
There's a lot of Indians.
All right, roll on that.
Okay, we're on the second page, so the medical supplies is 550,000.
We gonna move it to 5.
Yeah, okay, and then those, so electricity's 5,000, that's for the annex only,
Right.
at 5,000.
Yeah.
And the natural gas is 2,000, office supplies went up $3,000.
Why did prisons close go up 15? We're not looking at having that many more prisons.
That's a great point.
I mean, we've had less number than the old jail, why do we need more closed?
Yeah.
I say we take it down to at least,
I think they.
leave it 10,000 and go,
Okay,
Take the 15 out because they was expecting more in here,
they was, but
and they're not here, so.
okay, so line 441 will go to 10,000.
exactly, yes.
Okay, uniforms,
That will have to adjust because we only get 5 employees, right?
Right.
Right, so you'll adjust that later.
no, you all have to tell me what you want to adjust it to.
Well, that was for 15, was that 15?
It's set at 15 right now, right?
But this is where
That's
we
for
want to
everybody.
go from khakis and t-shirts to. blue.
Yes.
We're not, we're
That's
not
the reason.
only over here, 15,000, pretty good.
So they have to be full uniform and can't wear the khakis and t-shirt.
That was their
That was what we
proposed.
wanted them to do, yeah.
So this,
Okay.
this is pretty much everybody's uniform, not just the extra, right?
That's the CO. Hey, and he was wanting to just buy uniforms for the COs. So, or what they
Yeah.
already said.
So right now, and they can pull 6-month POs, there's different, right now in uniforms. They spent 7,000. Hold on. $7,773 is spent, and then there's an open purchase order for $9,000.
I think that was for the last ones he hired.
It might have been. So,
How many did he hire last time?
8.
8. So it's about $1,200 a person. Little thing.
I don't know. So 16,000, it will be close to what will be spent at year end this year.
16,000.
And they spent 18,000 in the 18-19 actual column, 18,000 was what was actually spent then.
So if we drop that 53 to 25, can they come back if they need more money for uniforms?
Cool.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
25,000 on uniforms.
everybody else okay with that? God, well, somebody gonna hate me, cause I'm the only one talking. It's always is since I'm going out, y'all let me go. Blame it on the fat guy. That's right.
We like it there.
We're going 10.
Okay, so 10,000 on prisoners' clothing, 25,000 on uniforms, water and sewer, that's $1,000 for the annex. Workers' comp is 0. Other charges is 40,000. And I've listed over there, there's a lot of things, odd, different charges, that come out of that line, so.
With the pandemic and everything, you probably need.
Okay, so do you wanna leave that at 40,000?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, the next one that's kind of grayed out, psych evaluations, that would be due to new employees. So they would need some money in that for however many
it's
employees.
just going up to $1,000, right?
Yeah.
And the year before, it was 1,360.
And they sent the money back, they didn't use it.
Well, since we're not giving him all the people he wants, we take it back to 6.
Yeah, leave it 6.
That's a fair request.
6,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Paulette, for talking, so I ain't the only one.
You got it.
Okay, 716, law enforcement equipment, that's $30,000. That's an increase of 15,000. And that's the line where, they noted it was for radios.
That'll drop when we decide how many people we get, right? That's budgeted for the 15.
See, we got radios everywhere.
They're gonna be getting new radios.
And they were asked that, I'm pretty sure that their answer was they needed additional. This was a radio purchase in addition to the large radio contract.
So this one on back here
Mm-hmm.
is the same thing.
Oh, no, that was communication
But
equipment.
that's what I told you about that. That's what, here was they needed the radio
Radios.
equipment. But, TJ said that he needed them to put in the commercial, they could.
Well,
Going backwards to the-
Yeah.
$2,000 he had budgeted that we was discussing was for, maintenance on the old radios, so they have in the cars to talk to the cities. Is what he said.
Did the cities not get upgraded with the entire?
They chose not
They
to.
chose not to.
Well, the city
are
of
getting radio.
Madisonville had just bought new radios.
So
And that's why they did, but I don't know what the city's were.
They had already invested, that's why they were exempted from that.
I say leave it.
Contract,
They're still getting radios.
If they got on the right channel.
The year before, they only went 2,800.
You're on the radio.
They're still getting some radios.
How much have they spent?
But if the
Yeah.
sheriff's department don't have multi-band radios, I can't remember what they got, and they won't be able to talk to Sweetwater Massville.
Okay, so.
Do we need it
just
at 15?
I can't remember what we done.
$3,625.
We simply talk to anybody.
I don't know.
I thought they.
Some of them multi-band, some of them wasn't.
Whether they
That's
have.
what they have last year.
Sheriff's Department got, they picked 6,000, so it's not traffic
I didn't think
I'm
so.
sorry, that's
They're
not.
not trying.
Yes, the Sheriff's Department radios are not traffic.
They will not
Only
talk.
the fire departments are traffic radios.
But the sheriff's department, I didn't make it try.
They have, they opted for the radios that just have they're just like the ATX 8000. They have the same look, the same make, they're just not traffic.
Thank you.
Now, somebody asked what had been spent this year, but I don't know if this is radios, it's law enforcement equipment, so it might not be radios, it may be some other equipment they
It could be
put
tasers, it could be.
or something on, some equipment on their car, so that's $3,625.
I think we should leave it, we've got enough.
Take that 15 extra out.
So leave it, so what do you want to make it? Did you say to put it to 15, what, or you want to leave it at 30?
Not 30. 10 or 15, I'll be okay with. Because that's more, you said 3,800.
It
As far as the jail,
It says this will be for radios for each employee on shift and the other.
the jail ain't gonna have to have multi-band radios.
It's for
because
the
they're
next
taught within the jail.
So they're not switching out radios, basically.
So it's for additional employees, is what it said.
Saying, law enforcement equipment is increasing 15,000, and this will be for radios for each employee on shift, and the others on charge for the next shift.
You can do that with the batteries, don't you? You can just swap a battery.
batteries.
You can just swap batteries.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we did last.
I say go to 15.
Okay, so we've got 15. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we're gonna go back and go over these and make sure, just take 1 second. So the laundry line went to 5,000. The travel line went to 20,000. At the bottom, very bottom of page 33. The custodial supplies went to 35,000. Prisoners' clothing went to 10,000. Right under that, uniforms went to 25,000. Psych evaluations went to 6. And law enforcement equipment went to 15. Okay. We're done.
That's all I'm saying.
Wait a minute, before you go, I'd like to go around and say he wants to do 5 or 10, because I don't know 10.
I wanna go 10.
Oh,
The
Employees.
employees.
Uh,
I didn't bet that.
oh,
5.
Mr. Shannon, what'd you got? 5,
5 for right now.
5, Jan,
That can come back.
Brian,
10.
you want 10? Okay, I've got 3 10s, 7 5s.
6.
6.
Yeah.
I was right, just right.
Okay.
You know Roger would.
See, I was counting Roger.
Yeah.
I put Roger in the
You
five.
He just.
I know Roger.
Okay, so 5,
That's where he did anyway.
5 employees.
so 5
do 7.
Okay.
all right, the next project.
Okay, next page is 35, juvenile services. Nothing has changed other than 3% increase.
No increases due to that.
36, now this, we'll want to make sure this is right. This, Chad, you can make sure that this is right. This is what we changed on the fire departments. We took 16,000 out of the matching grants and we moved it up into, their contributions and added 14,000 to that.
Looks right. It's been a long time ago, it looks right.
I know, so that's good. Okay, the rescue squad, next page has no change. Page 38, other emergency management, EMA,
It's, years ago, this used to be part-time, right? Is it really something we need to have part-time? Maybe?
Is as much lately as what we've had with this COVID thing and the FEMA thing with the highway department, it's been a full-time job.
I mean, I know years ago it wasn't, if it wasn't for the situation we have today, would it be a full-time job? It would.
Well, there's continually more things that they're responsible for doing than the past. I mean, outside of COVID, obviously, he's been involved in the radio project for the county. He's been involved. Right now, he's one of the first contacts of the school system on snow days, along with the highway department and things like that. I mean, it's an expanding position. Most counties have made that full-time, but there are a few part-times out there, but it's grown into a bigger job than it used to be.
Yeah.
So there's one.
so it just has a 3% increase, and then you'll see a grant there, and then there's actually 2 active grants right now. We had one from the previous year, and they extended that, so he is in the process, of using both those grants. Okay, the next is page 39, county coroner and medical examiner, no increase there. And 40 is the justice center maintenance. So this is the new number, the 54900 that audit wanted us to use. So,
Heating?
what?
Increase in heating?
Yeah, Social Security.
All right,
Really?
roll on.
So, okay, I have highlighted this and put a note right here. These were brand new positions last year. So the supervisor requested that those positions be budgeted as they are. So this department does not have a 3% increase. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
I've noted it on here. Okay. Now, there is some money moved around in here. So 22,000 was taken out of the jail, maintenance line and moved into mowing and vehicle maintenance and tuition training. And then there was a decrease in the custodial supplies
I think it's good.
and maintenance equipment increase. So y'all are okay with all that?
I ain't worried about that. We'll give you-
Okay,
That's not,
thank you.
that's not one we got worried about. That ain't one of the 96,000 people.
No, it's just 1% on social security.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Okay, local health center. Yeah, yes. And there is one grant there that was 20,000. It was for the walking trail. It didn't get finished. So the state's allowed us to move that over. Got an extension on that. So that will be spent during the new budget year. Okay. Next is the animal shelter. Do you want to go through the rest and come back to that? The rest will go through fast, yes.
Yes, please.
And, okay. Some of these notes, I should delete some of these notes on the side. So, the ambulance department, there's a note down there you just mark out that says need to know the raise amount by resolution. I've already got that, so you can just mark that note out. So there was 3% added to one position. The other position is the one that received the raise by resolution. So that's the other one in the budget. That's the only thing that's been changed, and I graded that one out so that I could show you all that change.
And that's at 3%.
Yes, 3%. And then,
Did we talk about giving a new paraprofessionals 2 more?
We said no new employees.
yes. And he said he had enough money to fund them out of what's in there already.
Okay, so we said it would
Oh,
bring.
yeah, the 40.
We did, but he had his current budget
Okay,
to pay for this.
right, we did it, right.
So on the second page, page 44, that grant carried over. The grant pays $315,000 and the county matches $55,589. And then 2 ambulances were paid off, so that came off of the capital, line 610 and 611, principal and interest on capital leases. So, his numbers include 2 new employees. He didn't need an increase for that, so.
Right, sounds good.
Y'all know. And we did add 200,000 to the ambulance revenue. We did add that. That has been done to help, that will help offset that. Okay, the dental clinic, I did put notes on the side here. There are some, like line 131, those are contracted at a set hourly rate. And I confirmed this, with the dental clinic director. So, that was no change there. But then the other one's got a 3% increase. And line 1, there was 2 more that are contracted at hourly rates they're set rates. So that was the only thing on those. And I got, the director to make sure those were calculated correctly. No more changes. 47, page 47 doesn't have any changes. 48, no changes. 49 is the actual health department employees, and these positions are funded by a grant at 100%. So,
So
There's-
we give them a 3% raise and the grant pay?
the grant does what the director does. If we pass a raise, once it's passed, she'll send me the information to sign off on, and I send copies of the budget to her. She sends it to the state and they update their grant amount. As long as it's, I mean, within reason of what they pay and what they allow.
Right.
So, so those are 3% down the line there.
Oh, okay.
Page 50 is, that was approved at 30,000, and then the 8,000 was removed. This is back to nonprofit meetings. So, the same money is on the next page on 51, the libraries are the same. 52, nothing's changed since you all, saw this the last time.
The libraries was down. Never mind, that's what we're getting like.
Oh, okay. So page 53, that's the Ag Extension Office. That director submits what all those will be, so you'll see some went down. Nothing else increased there. Soil conservation, a raise was requested, but 3% is in there, just like everything else. And they moved a little bit, they increased travel by $500 and increased instructional supplies and materials by $900 towards the bottom. So do you all want to, and they decreased office supplies. So do you all, and decreased other charges.
So basically you got the raise.
So without the raises, they increased $1,400 and took out $615.
Was that up at the top, that 4,000 increase, not free? Did they try to give her a $4,000?
Yes.
It's your request.
That board that governs that office, requested that in the form of a letter, and it's in the budget book. So your original one had that $4,000 increase in there, but since 3% was approved and those special increases, that's just noted on there, so it does have a 3% increase.
Go with it.
Okay. So the next, page 55, no, change there.
You check it over on Fort Creek area.
Yeah. Page 56, tourism, that has a 3% increase. You'll see that, that's on the full-time and the part-time. You'll see where there's a note on the side, 10,000 of this is from donations. When she does advertising, then certain partners come in and pay on part of the advertising. So out of that 17,000, we'll get 10,000 back. So I've referenced the revenue line that comes out of right there.
What would you say our return on investment is in this part?
As far as which part, Chris?
Well, the
Business
tourism, the
center.
advertisement, I mean, it's hard to track what
Well,
we're getting this
For the last 3 months, it wouldn't be a very good measure.
Oh, wasn't it last year?
For $300,000 budget, what we get from this department. I've not seen her in a while.
Well, the thing about it is a lot of her materials, she's taking materials to rest areas across the state, our information, the TWRA hunting and trapping guide, it's in there.
Yeah.
I think, obviously, we're listed as one of the, as far as East Tennessee,
Yeah.
one of the top 3 tourist attractions in East Tennessee. Promoting our county is one of the biggest things that can be done. I think it's critical, and the thing about it is, on this visitor center, with the visitor center being closed as long as it has been, we're still gonna come out in the black on that this fiscal year. So I think this is an important position still in our county.
What's the other supplies and materials?
That is the inventory for the store.
Yes, that's store inventory.
And if you look on page 2, there's tourism fees. There, it's number 43381. It's about a quarter of the way down the page. That is the revenue that comes in from the sale of that material. So
Where at now?
on page 2, about a quarter of the way down the page,
It's over here.
Tourism fees.
Yeah, tourism fees.
Food truck.
In 18-19, the actual revenue brought in was 51,995. And then we budgeted a similar amount. Now, we
So
didn't
we
know,
spent 300. We spent 300,000 this year, and we just brought in $50,000 in tourism.
well,
I spent
It's
50,000 on
inventory,
materials.
store
You said-
inventory.
so on the store inventory in 18-19, if you flip, so you sold $51,900 worth on page 2, and then on page 56, that were on other supplies and materials, 46,000 was spent on that.
So how much is the money they brought in?
51,000.
51,995.
So we,
But you spent 46,000 on it.
Yes.
So your
net margin is not really that great.
Does that make sense when, can I ask you a question?
For cost of
I don't
goods.
disrespect to nobody. And
Not
I've
that
talked to
great.
quite a few people, and I know that this doesn't happen.
That's not the one.
But the poorest counties in Tennessee does not have an industrial development department, is that not correct? That has been what I've been told.
Each county's a little different.
Well, but the poorest counties in Tennessee don't have no industrial development. And the tourism, we're dropping all this money and just made us $50,000.
Well,
And
it's,
we tabled a thing on the meeting for $47,000 sale that he made.
here's one thing you can't look at. What piece of literature or something that somebody read that's from this county brought tax on it. You can't track that, it's hard to track that, and I see that aspect, but I see your aspect too.
How did you track ECD?
You know?
You do.
Well,
They take place.
I mean, I'm not, I like the man, but I ain't trying to say nothing like that. I mean, I just don't understand it. When I went, since I've heard what I have been talking to other people, not just common folk, people that has been in, government and everything else, they will tell you that if you don't have an industrial development in your county, it's gonna be one of the poorest counties in the state. At least that's what I've been told, and I'm a newbie at this, and I could be totally wrong. But I don't see how spending $200,000 on tourism when we're making $50,000 on it. And yours was almost that, right? Close to it. And we guarantee a $47,000 sale. Right? I mean,
Actually, we've been right at 100,000 because we sold the TVA property this year as well.
okay, so I mean, that's over in your department, over in the industrial part, correct?
Yeah.
So that is a guaranteed sale?
Yeah, and as long as he gets a business plan and goes before
Right.
formal
Before
planning,
the
and
formal plan and everything, it's pretty.
we're not killing that sale.
Right, yeah, I'm not saying. it's
No,
yours,
we're not
I'm just saying-
looking to kill that sale, no.
I don't see no.
And I think that's why we're asking the questions here, is
Yeah.
is this a return on investment
Right,
that's
that's what I
that's
don't
worth looking at
understand
as well?
why we're keeping tourism and getting rid of industrial development when, well, I mean, proof's in the pudding, I mean, almost 100,000 this year and 50,000, so I just don't see it, I don't understand it. I really don't, from a business standpoint. So, and that ain't got nothing to do with him, right, yes, that's a businessman speaking to business people in this room. I don't understand the fact that you dropped industrial development. I really don't. That being said, you can go on.
Okay, you have to, do you want to prove the numbers as they are? I'm looking at what currently, y'all were talking about $499, that's the inventory. 50,000 is what was spent for this year we're in right now, and 49,800 has been spent.
But she's got quite a bit of inventory there.
Mm-hmm.
That might be an item, but it's already decreasing as far.
So, but these months that they were closed, I mean, they've had zero revenue on those months because the store was closed. So,
We spent everything budgeted.
45,000, 43,000 is what, has been brought in this year.
It's back open
I believe so.
What'd they make last year? Do you have that for last year, what they made?
Uh-huh. It's on page 2,
Hey, that was the 50-something thousand.
50,000.
43 year to date this year.
Yes.
Against right at 50,000 budgeted. We maxed out budget on.
Mm-hmm. That was at 99.something%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Within $200 of the 50,000.
Big tourism thing still coming this week?
Yes.
The conference, conference is still scheduled. I didn't know if I could answer.
Okay, so do you all, the only change on it, other than 3%, was 4,000 was taken out of travel and put into the inventory line. So do y'all approve that change?
I think we need to get rid of this and get industrial development back. If it's somebody else, it's somebody else. We need industrial development in this county.
So industrial development is the next page. So what do you all want to do on tourism?
You want to tell me what you want to do, it's $4,000, but it's,
What?
so you all tell me what you want to do, I mean, that's what y'all want to do. It's $4,000, I mean, is it?
Move on.
Roll on.
Leave it like it is? Okay. So the next page is industrial development, and nothing has changed since you saw this last. So you'll see that bottom number is $92,003.
Yeah, I just got a question on that, just in there, of the expenses of that 92,000, I think 25,000 would be a big number for the rail maintenance of 10,000, and that allows 15,000 for mowing, so what would the rest be for? That's $70,000.
Say that again, Richard. I'm gonna write it down.
Well, you requested 92,000 out of that budget, and, last time we used, $10,000 for rail maintenance, and then I think it cost about 10,000 last year to bush hog. That's really the only expenses we had with that. So I believe, say, $70,000 in that budget for what?
Now, the 599 in development, Courtney,
Mm-hmm.
that was, we left that in for a reason being
Let me see.
in that discussion.
What's the 58,243 dollars?
That's what Courtney's looking at.
Okay.
So, $599. I was looking for $599.
Was part of that penny that was left, if I remember right.
I can't stress how much we need to do.
Okay, so out of that line, the 599, DEV, it's got 58,000. As of today, only $8,342 has been spent. And I'll tell you what it was for. It was to Robert G. Campbell and Associates. Engineering.
Survey.
So that's the only thing that's been paid out of that line so far. We didn't get to have it this year, but the line, a couple lines above that, 599, other charges, that is where the Academic Achievers Banquet would have been.
Why is it $2,000 still in?
Because the Academic Achievers Banquet, this year we're in, got canceled, but they would hope to have it next year.
Well, actually,
When you budget it for next year then?
That's what $2,000 is in there for.
Okay.
I'd already collected $1,500
Yes.
for donation, so I don't know why you still did that.
We can change it.
Cause I had it set up to where it's actually gonna be cost free.
Yeah, there were $1,500, that was received, and it went through county commission. It's $1,500, Richard got through donation sponsorships for the Academic Achievers Banquet.
So this 58,000, we can leave that in there for,
I would be for cutting that.
I mean, it's just for surveying, they're not.
Surveying and anything that Rob would have to do site prep wise. But on the other hand, just for example, I got chewed out by a local surveyor because we're not using them on some property. And that, but Robert's done us a great job. Robert Campbell's done us a great job, but I've had several local surveyors fuss because they've not gotten busy. And I'm not just talking about industrial park, I'm talking about airport projects and other projects too.
Of course, we got GIS too.
Right. But when it comes to property stuff, you do have to have survey before you have a deed.
Yeah, you gotta have mark by mark by mark.
Okay, one thing on, it's about 3/4 down the page, 15,360. And the 10,000 that are right there close together. Both those are used to pay for, JRC Company.
That's the railroad.
So it takes both of those to make the payment on that, even though so you could put them in one line but it's gonna take both of those lines to make that payment.
It's railway.
It's maintenance on the spur, isn't it,
And we had a train wreck out there one time
Richard?
from the Lowe's.
Yes, we did.
That was a big mess. Because there's trains going in and out all the time.
The only other thing, the dues and membership probably needs to be dropped to 2,500 because that would fall back to his office, because that's runs through ETDD for all the grants and stuff come from, which is for the whole county.
So change the 4,000 to 2,500.
I don't know what you need any more for. And I don't know what that lease payment would be anymore.
Well, here, I bet.
If they thought you don't need it.
But we can't terminate, you have to pay a termination, you might have to pay it.
Would be worth it.
Is it multi-year?
Oh, yeah,
Now they're all
they're 5 years.
Just move that at all.
We'll move it somewhere else then.
Okay, other charges, 2,000, do you want that left there?
That money's already there that Richard collected through donations. I don't see.
There was a line in it somewhere.
Right.
It's been a budget amendment that's been added since we originally printed these.
It's got academic bank.
Yeah, it's got a cost center of MC, Academic Achievers Banquet. So do you want me to? So that money's there, it's $1,500. So do you want to just budget that here as $1,500?
This year.
Yeah, but do you want to budget it here? Because if we're not spending that 1,500 that was designated for that, you just want to mark out the 599 line and make it the Academic Achievers line with the 1,500.
Or do you want to reserve it? Mayor,
If
we'll return.
you would let me explain that a little bit. Determine that if they do the graduations, we could present them a $500 scholarship.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll write it out. And the budget amendments have went through, so that expenditure line is there on the current
This year.
report. Uh-huh.
Because we didn't know how they were gonna do that. Next thing I know, poof.
So you'll have to, is that one for each high
Yes,
school?
ma'am, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, one for each.
So we'll have to take care of that.
Okay. Okay, so do you wanna leave $2,000 in?
Yeah, let's go, let's just $2,000 under.
Okay,
Well, you have a line of 1,500, I don't know where that's at, I see.
it's in the statement of expenditures, it's just not on this budget worksheet because it was a new
I got you.
line item added. It is there, it's there. What about the 58,000?
That's 25.
25, okay.
Is that water line or?
No,
That's survey.
Just a survey, okay.
Okay, so I've changed user memberships to 2,500 and I've changed,
Hold on a second.
okay,
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's already a survey out there for this project, I can't remember the amount, but, Mr. Campbell Associates, we were getting the bill for, but it was agreed with the, property owner, he's gonna split. So, you know, and I think it was $6,000, $4,000.
Robert G. Campbell do it.
Just so you know, so that money will be there somewhere, to pay that at some point.
Being this year.
Huh?
Being this year.
Yeah, it was done a month or so ago.
What property was it on?
The, ice cream.
That's pretty bad. Oh, okay.
Whatever it's called, I don't know what it's called. It's an industrial park, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ice cream park.
Are you all okay with combining this $10,000 and $15,000 line? We'll make it 25,000 under rail maintenance.
Yes.
Combine the two.
Yes,
Easy.
so the 15,000 will come out to zero and then we'll just make that 25,000 even on 599 rail maintenance. Okay. Is everybody okay with those changes?
Yep, we would.
Okay, next is the airport, almost done. Next is the airport, 3% was added to those lines, and then this one had some grants coming in and out. $100,000 was added, 1,000 added was for electricity. And then 100,000 was added for gasoline. That is fuel that they resell at the airport. And I also referenced the revenue number on that same line. So in case you all wanted to, it's on page 2, just about a quarter of the way down the page. On the left side, you'll see AP gas for airport gas. So I've increased it, they increased what they're gonna sell by 100,000, so I increased the selling price by 125,000. There's not a large markup,
Couple pennies.
on the fuel.
They said they're one of the cheapest around, I think, or something.
Yeah.
So that's how they sell some of that stuff.
Are we gonna increase that later?
And that is something that Tom and I have talked about, that we're gonna have to increase the revenue there. We're so low, we can still increase and be very competitive to these pilots and flying.
Does the gas tax not affect that? Does,
Yeah, I mean, we put gas tax on there, just like any other.
it's still deal.
Yeah,
We sell a lot of fuel, but I know we don't make
You
much
never
money.
get operations down on the road.
Yeah, I think it's money to get that in there too, but you sell volume, but you charge.
Even insurance company.
okay. So on down the page, under, if you look at the notes section on the far right, the airport liability insurance, that increased, that was updated. And then on other charges, that increased $2,500. And then there's a grant that's $86,000. Below that is a $5 million expenditure. That's a grant. 4.75 million is funded from the grant, and the county's match of that is $250,000. And then below that was another grant that was completed, or that a portion of it was completed, so there's still some left on
One
that.
of it was completed about 7 something left. Is that what it says?
Do what?
There's there's 740 left, is that what? it
Yeah, that is the balance of the grant.
says? Okay.
And we may, depending on what's been paid on it so far, if anything else has come in, we can update that. But that money's not able to be moved around, like if that's budgeted for that grant, that's where it stays.
So do we need the 100,000 for fuel, Mitch?
We can sell it, I mean, there's no
Yeah.
question, we can, in the last 2 years, we've had in Tom's budget, because he has a budget for expenditures, obviously, and he sells so much fuel, we have to take money from everywhere to buy another load of fuel. It's about 30 grand.
Didn't you
For
say
what?
one of his most, revenues was the gas?
Oh, no question, yeah. I mean, gas and the hangers, rental and that kind of thing, but we could probably sell $300,000 more if we had it. But we don't have the fuel space, the tank space, or the.
I think the last purchase order was 22,000 to fill it out, top it off. That's why I keep asking about the increase, because I think we need to increase the price of it.
I think it's easy. Yeah.
Is it about?
That's just about 2,000-3,000 gallons.
All the tanks are above ground, weren't they?
Yes,
That's good.
but there has been a new dispensing system put in with part of this grant money, that it's more electronic pilots to pay by credit card or whatever, and things like that. It's much more technology driven, but yes, they are above ground. We don't have to deal with a lot of the EPA regulations at gas stations.
Line
deal with.
tanks or not?
Yes, they are.
Double line?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
They're self-serve,
yes.
they don't have to do anything.
So this department actually decreased 874 if you take the grant out.
Well,
That's what they're trying to think, it looks like it went up 3,875,000, but it's like a grand.
Right, that's one of the departments that you can't just look at and see what, like the grants in there make everything look out of line.
Yeah, you
So-
don't see the revenue aspect.
Yeah. So are you all okay with this? This is budgeted.
Let's go with it.
Okay.
I'm good with it. You good with it? Chris? Richard, you good with it?
I'm good.
59, that is the veteran services,
Good.
Good. Okay.
that's got 3% in it.
Hey, let me throw something out there right quick. He did a fantastic job, and just to show you the difference, I think originally we had a request for $1,000, actually 3% in this case worked out better.
And he did take out $500 from both those lines to make that up.
But, yeah, we did a fantastic job, good hustle. Good job.
All the difference in the world, isn't it? I mean, seriously. That's a good job.
Okay, page 60, there were no changes. The only thing is E911 used to be paid out of that code that the Justice Center maintenance is paid out of now. And audit wanted that moved to this budget, so I've just moved all those expenditures there, no changes. Page 61 had no changes. 62 had no changes. And 63 is if you were to transfer any money out, so there's nothing budgeted there, so. As this was printed, you can see on the last page, difference in revenues and expenditures was 2.67 million. So some of that's changed since, yeah. So,
Right, we're gonna flip back to them.
Page 42.
okay, so
Y'all may didn't know. Blue with Joe, I didn't want to.
we took. So I'm gonna explain what we did, and then you all can decide what you wanna do on this. So I took 25% of what was budgeted, then added 3% to it for the increase, and that's where your numbers come from. And I tried to put the math out to the side so you could see where we got that.
We thought that.
I've put need to calculate the estimated payouts. We don't know what the payouts will be. Like, I don't know exactly what they'll be in 3 months. So what I did is I put $4,000 in there for final payouts. That line cannot be used for anything else. It would have to come before county commission if that $1 moved anywhere out of that line. So without knowing, that's what we've budgeted for vacation and comp time and everything for a payout. So are you all okay with that? And then everything else is at 25%. Now down at the bottom, the very two last lines, that donation is from an estate. That $20,572, that's what's left in it right now. That is a donation from someone's estate donated to the animal shelter. And then the $2,500 is a COVID-19 grant from PetSmart. So,
What I'll have to do, if we close the animal shelter, is contact the person who made the donation, see what they will do. They want to
What line
buy.
is that donation? I can't- I'm
the
sorry.
Very
next to
bottom,
last,
too.
the bottom.
So at this point, McFaw says they'll dissolve, right?
We had a rather long, lengthy 2-hour spirited meeting today. Ms. Paulette was in that meeting, Ms. Hicks was in that meeting. We met with the board and McFaw and, some other McFaw supporters. Long story short, they felt that they could not, even if they wanted to, they could not operate the shelter. Now, Libby, did anyone request to speak? I know that we've always been managing that very
What I
carefully.
told them was that if they wanted to speak, they had to tell you all to ask me to let them speak. I don't know if there's anybody out there now or not.
They was not been out there a while ago. I don't know if they still are. I'll look.
We know how long they've been involved with this.
Do we want just
Yeah, there's a board.
I mean,
How long they've
Craig,
been
Craig,
involved.
Dan Moore.
Uh,
Dan Moore.
Yeah, that's
That's
since you,
That
since
started
thirty
back
years.
under our about.
He's good.
I know, I tell you when I first became aware of them was
Dan is.
somebody in the building.
Yes, Moore.
Yes, Moore.
Bill Evans, Bill Evans.
She takes
I'd have to deal with
I got about six.
McFaw.
I got two texts, I think. and-
And I did see an email transaction that they wasn't involved in our budget, is that right? I didn't know that they would have to.
Well,
As a,
They,
as a non-governmental
They should
entity,
be
I
in our budget, not
don't
theirs.
think they should be, especially now that they're forcing our hand with this
Well,
type
that
of
was-
were
situation.
they out there? Did you look and see if they were out there?
That was what we thought they wanted, they wanted to control the thing, Joe.
I don't know.
There, how much were they putting on? You remember?
200 and something. It's about 50%. I mean, 50.
It's been a long time.
Cause I'm looking at that.
You said, Stan, Ms. Deb Moore, Mr. Baird, I think he spoke with the commission last month. So, we apologize, it's been a long, long evening for everybody, so thank you for your patience. You have a floor? Yeah, you have a floor.
We're concerned with the closing of the shelter for many reasons. Jim and I have been with the shelter a long time, and also on the fall board and stuff. When you close an animal shelter, you cause a lot of concerns. Number one, not only do you have, right now we have a taken about 180 cats and dogs a month. We have staff, 2 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees to handle that. And then, of course, the volunteers from McFaw help out too. If you close an animal shelter, 1 cat breeds, becomes 8 cats. 8 cats becomes 64 cats. So if you think you have a problem now with unwanted stray animals in the community, in a year, 2 years, you're gonna have a much bigger problem that you're gonna have to resolve then. When you close an animal shelter, things like parvo and rabies are going to increase, the population is going to increase. No one's going to have a way of surrendering an animal or adopting an animal from the county. So there's many, many things that are gonna happen. A lot of times we get a whole group of animals in at one time. When the sheriff's department does a meth house raid, and all of those animals are stolen animals, some were able to relink some microchips and things like that. But those animals that they confiscate, where are they going to go? If you have no animal control, there's nobody out there to control stray animals or vicious animals or sick animals that are out on the highway. Plus, the community's gonna be very upset because of all of their involvement in time and money, their hearts and stuff, especially if it's all volunteers, that all they've done is not appreciated, not respected. And so you're gonna have a lot of people in the community that are gonna be concerned about it too. One thing I wanted to touch base on is, I know Reba has spoken to you, we're finding out now after the fact. She's been to almost every commissioner meeting, even if she sits outside them to speak. But a lot of the things that she says are not true. Jim and I and Dr. Berry were at the last meeting that she talked to you guys about. She made several statements, and if you don't know anybody, you believe this to be the truth about the shelter. I was there since 2008, so I was there under the prior shelter director that was fired. The shelter then was not an amazing shelter, it was a good shelter. The shelter we have now is a much better shelter because we've come a long ways in things we do. We rescue, save animals, things like that. In the prior shelter, one thing that Reva mentioned was that they used to honor requested euthanations, but because our save rate was now 14%, that we didn't do that anymore. That has never stopped. That's required by county law. We keep records of every euthanasia we do. My own son had his dog euthanized there, so that has not ended. We told you guys that it did. The thing about part of the budget issue is where she says it costs us about $50 to vaccinate an animal, and we're only getting $50 back on adoption fees. That's not correct. Our adoption fees are $50 for senior dogs, $50 for pit bulls, $100 for a dog under the age of 6, and $125 for puppies. So we are getting more revenue back than Reba stated in her statement. She also stated that under the prior shelter director, that it was a training facility and we had all of its coordination of volunteers. That's not true either, because I've been there long enough. There was never a training facility since I've been there since 2008. And since 2009, for the next 8 years, I was the person that did volunteer training and stuff. And it basically consisted of going over a handbook, a tour of the shelter, letting them learn how to handle walking a dog, taking bathing, things like that. So that was the great training system that she said was in place before. We do basically the same thing, but we do a lot more of it with our volunteers at this time. So it was a good shelter, but it was not the amazing shelter that we need to get back to. We also had a shelter director that did not have as many transport or rescue options as we do now, but she also was heavy into euthanization. I can't tell how many times I've watched trucks of 30 bags of dead dogs pull out of the shelter, walk behind where the shelter director's office is now, see a sheet over one of the kennels and 15 dogs in different steps of dying. Coming in the shelter, when the shelter's closed, they do a pet smart event or something, seeing dogs dying a real slow death, convulsing and everything on the floor. So a lot of that went on, and that's upset a lot of people about the shelter director before, along with other things that are in her file, the reason that she was fired. Shelter director still has a grudge about being fired, and I think she's partly behind Reba's movement on the shelter. Reba, when she said she brought a dog in that we refused to take it, that's not what happened. She's alleging the date of October 30th. She was actually in 2 weeks prior. She came in with a dog with parvo. Our shelter was full at the time. The shelter donor worked with her as far as what he did because medically when we could bring the dog into the shelter. So all of what Reba said about that wasn't true. We never refuse an animal. We wait until a kennel's open. If there's a medical issue, we may get that taken care of first, but we never refuse an animal at the animal shelter. So I just want to make that very clear, that all these things that she said to you, and if you're not at the shelter and you don't have a shelter operates, this is what really takes place, not the things that Reba would want you to do have happened. If you have any questions for me on the Operation Shelter?
Jim, do you have any comments?
Well, I just want to reiterate a little bit. Back in 2004, some concerned citizens got together, collaborated with the county, started up an animal shelter. Back in the early days, 5,000 animals a year going to that place. We have a sister organization becoming part of our organization that started a program to give people with limited means vouchers to get their animals fixed and so on. We're now talking about 2,000 or slightly less animals a year going into that shelter. When I moved moved to Lenore like 11 years ago. Every other day, there'd be a stray animal at the gate of our development. So, and we would see them walking along the roads, and we would see the roadkill. You don't see any of that anymore. So between 2004 and now, a lot of good work has been done, which represents an improvement in the quality of life in this county. People don't move here if they see stray dogs on the street and all that kind of stuff. This is a real improvement in the quality of life in this county. And my understanding is that we're about to go back to 2003.
And someone mentioned to me earlier today when I was out front that back then tourism suffered because people coming to this county did not like the fact that they saw all these stray dead animals and stuff everywhere. And if we go back to that again, I think it's going to have an effect on tourism too. Who wants to go to a county where you have 6 stray dead dogs everywhere?
It'll be very hard to put these pieces back together again. The other thing I want to say, just real quickly, because I did hear and read a little bit of what Reba had to explain, which made me wonder. I made the conclusion that this body knew better, but I want to confirm that. She talks about $294,000, which is the appropriation for the animal shelter. This animal shelter has underspent its budget by at least 15% for the last 5 or 6 years. Our best projection based on 11-month actuals is that this shelter was, and animal control together will spend about $225,000 against that $294,000 budget. So any hope for savings begin with that number. And then there is probably in the area of $30,000 of adoption fees that are revenue that's in another pocket somewhere in the county that would be lost. So now you're down to under $200,000. And I hope everybody knows these numbers to make this kind of decision, which will have lasting impact. And
As was explained to us in this morning's meeting too, that whatever our budget is, we always have money that's turned back in. We don't use our entire budget. And she went over the figures for each of the years. So even though we have a budget, we're not spending 100% of the budget.
How much did you turn in last year?
Was it 41,000? For last year.
Like historically turned back money back in since 2016.
Of the 294 budget, how much of it comes from the fall?
none.
No.
Zero, so this is all capital.
Right, and I think the number that Mr. Barrett is talking about, maybe if this body would consider this, I think that 225,000 might be a negotiating point, just to make it clear, and I think maybe the board wants to hear from you. We had a discussion with the possibility of McFall taking the shelter, and you have said that even if you wanted to, you don't have the funding nor the manpower to do it.
As you know, Mr. Mayor, this issue was raised a little while ago, and I sent a letter to you.
Right.
And that's still our position, that we have always been willing to talk about any idea, any approach, whatever. But becoming an employer in a short period of time as a 100% volunteer organization. This isn't Casa Monroe, Joe, with paid staff of 6. We have no paid employees. 100% volunteer. It's not easy to become an employer and all that, especially in a short period of time. Secondly, contrary to what may be said in social media or anywhere else, we don't have enough money to do it. I've said repeatedly that the only way to a good shelter, a better shelter, and so on, is the two parties, the county and McFaul collectively, sharing in that cost.
How much involved are y'all in day-to-day process in the Gulf Shelter?
Significantly,
Significant.
and especially now that we don't have the inmates, we actually have.
I think that's been critical. These volunteers, because since first of March, we've had no trustees out there.
Yeah.
Trustees do the cleaning.
Where was it, 46,000 an hour volunteer time last year, which goes to several full-time positions that you guys are responsible for. And if you close the shelter down, all these people who come in the shelter with their lost pets, unwanted pets, adopting a pet, we're calling animal control because all that's going on out in animal control, that's all gonna come to the county now, because there's no animal shelter, there's no animal control. So the county's going to have to deal with the public on all of them.
So y'all, what's the dollar amount you contributed last year to the shelter?
The arrangement that we've been on with the county for over a decade now, we pay for all of the food, medicines, and a good portion of the medical treatment. So
We also.
that's around $100,000 for us a year.
Equipment, buildings,
Y'all are
transport.
501c3?
Pardon me?
501c3?
And I will add that just since my involvement closely with McFaul, I think that we funded through grants or donations, I'm gonna guess around $150,000 worth of improvements to that shelter.
Do you think $200,000 with, budget you this year? Would you be able to do over 200,000 since you was under 200 last year?
No, we weren't under 200 last year. We figured around
235, something is what we give you, you said you give 40-something thousand back. Right?
Well, first of all, it's not you.
Yeah, the,
The 200-some thousand you're talking about is the county
right,
expenditures,
yes,
right? Our organization is another
Yes,
100,000 on top
I
of that.
understand that, but you give, 40-something thousand back to the county, is that not what you said? Or 30-something thousand?
The shelter,
The shelter. deal.
the county shelter operation did. The county pays for about 2/3 of the operation of the shelter, our organization pays for 1/3. The 294 number.
So it cost roughly $300,000 last year to run the shelter? Give or take. And you're gonna give another, hopefully, donate another 100,000 this year?
We honored this agreement that's 12 years old at least.
I thought at one point y'all had made a, conversation about possibly building another shelter, and then that was wanting the county to possibly man it. Is that correct?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, we started meetings. I'm sure everyone knows that this shelter is leased.
Yeah.
It's leased from a 75-year-old man who's not the sole owner. He owns it with his sister. His heirs do not want to keep the farm. That shelter is moving at some point in time.
That's correct.
What we said was, let's plan ahead. We as an organization would love to see a new shelter. And we are willing to attempt to raise the money and build it. But we have to be able, it would be irresponsible for us to go out and ask donors to write checks, some of those big checks, without being able to assure them that if this shelter is built, it will have sufficient staff and resources to be run properly. So in order for us to go forward to build that building, we need an agreement that we can rely on with Monroe County. And how that building is funding going to be available and correct staffing and so on to run that building properly if we were to build it. And we have made no progress in 2 years on that front.
Discussed with who?
Yeah, and in all due fairness, we have kids that need new buildings in schools too, so, it's
That's
hard to dedicate money for that too, so.
Yes, let me say right out, you know, you guys are underpaid. I understand the challenges you have in front of you. All these things are hard, raising taxes is hard, so on and so forth. And the secret is just trying to find the right balance. But I'm telling you, disregarding the fact of whether you could fund more if we built a new shelter, none of that. The decision on the table is to close the shelter. That's not the right balance. That's a terrible hit to the quality of life in this county. Not even to mention the work that people like Deb and my wife and others for years and years and years have put into turning this around from putting most of the animals down to barely putting an animal down, to taking all of these animals off the streets and making it a better place to live. All that effort over the last 14 years will be for naught. We will be back to 2003.
You may say
And
that
and
this
one
year,
more item to tag on to what she said. Reva Cox is up here talking about the good old days. I can guarantee you there is no one in our organization that has been involved in this over the 10-year period or whatever who wants to go back there. The only people that might want to go back to that world would be the previous director's friends or something. No one else wants to go back there. And I don't think anybody in this county wants to go back to strays all over the street and the rest of it. This is a bad decision. And it had long-lasting ramifications. And I wish that when this all started, when this threat arose, that instead of listening to that lady, you might have asked for the people that are paying a third of the cost of running the shelter to come in and have some voice. That didn't happen. We're finding out at the 11th hour.
Were you not here last meeting when we discussed this, sir?
I know, but I didn't know what the subject was when I walked in.
When we came to the last meeting, if you noticed, Reba handed out her pack. We didn't know what was going to be presented. Handed her packet, everybody excluded Dr. Perry, myself, and Jim. When we left the meeting, I asked Reba for a packet, especially since she used a lot of small pronouns and stuff. She ignored me, so I went to her again and asked why she handed it out to everybody else, but not to Paul. So she dug it out of her briefcase and shoved it at me. Okay, so we weren't prepared when we came to this last meeting because we had no idea what was being discussed. Since then, we've learned about closing of the shelters. We've had a little more time to prepare, not much, because we just learned recently and we're kind of playing catch up right now. Maybe the fall should have been more diligent, sat outside each commissioner meeting like Rita did, asked for more chances to be on the agenda, and we will do that in the future. But we had no idea that it had progressed where it was and had reached the decision of closing the animal. We never in a million years did anybody dream he was completely closed the animal shelter. An animal shelter doesn't cost less to operate each year, cost same or a little bit more, so reducing the budget is not good either. So if you don't want to pay for
So it
animal
costs
shelter,
about the same every year, you're saying?
well, medical goes up, salaries go up, you know. Most everything in the budget is salaries, benefits, and the medicine county's responsible for. I think the only gray area is where we send about 1,000 animals out on rescues and transports. We don't recoup an adoption fee for that. But we can't keep 1,000 animals at the shelter. So if we don't send them out to rescues, we euthanize them. So if you want us to start euthanizing everything again, then we just won't do transports. And you'll lose a lot of support, because a lot of people support the fallen shelter because we do save lives and we do transports.
Yeah, but don't fail to point out that the cost of those transports and so on, transport these animals, is borne by our organization, not the county.
We provide the equipment,
So that's
transport animal, volunteers, the only thing costs is what they take to vaccinate the dog before, when every dog gets vaccinated, what it doesn't transport, it's not required by law, you have to have certain shots and rabies and things like that. So that doesn't change. That's the only cost to the county.
And I'm sorry for getting a little bit animated, but,
Passionate.
thank you. Thank you, Sid. Thank you. I just have one more thing to say, and I apologize for being animated, because I don't want you to take what I'm gonna say the wrong way. but I just want to make sure that all that information is on the table. As I said to the mayor earlier, if you remember a couple of years ago, must have been in the winter, must have been a cold spell, maybe we were down in the single digits or whatever. There was a very large uproar in the community about the fact that the dogs were being housed outside. Maybe some of you remember that.
We actually had an ice
There was
storm.
meetings with the mayor and commissioners and lots of things happened.
2016, Jim.
26, I'm sorry. I'm getting old. So there was a firestorm over housing the dogs outside in cold weather. When this decision you're contemplating, if you decide to close the shelter, there's gonna be a lot more angry citizens than you think.
Then again, I've had messages close it. Kids are more important. I've had them messages, so, it weighs out. I mean.
Yeah,
what's the
let me
number-
make one point to that.
What's a number that we could donate to you and to cut our budget and y'all can run it?
I can't answer that here now. That's not the way you make decisions. Let me say one kind of thing real quickly. I've often heard this said that we care more about animals than people or anything like that. I just want to point out that there's thousands of adoptions that have happened out of that shelter. And those animals have enriched the life of those thousands of families. It's not just saving the animal, it's adding something to these people's lives. So keep that in mind.
Coming to this meeting tonight, you didn't have no number and idea, knowing that we was all contemplating that or whatever. You didn't have a number that you would be satisfied with.
120,000.
And so you just said that, yeah, there's no way of making a decision. I'm not trying to be rude or nothing, sir. I didn't know if you.
Let me understand your question.
He asked you if there was a number that Jim would be satisfied with.
We all would run.
And we're,
Because I like seeing what, I mean,
Right.
I've worked passionately, I've done a good job.
yes. And, I'm asking you didn't come with a number in mind that you would be happy with us donating or giving to the, animal shelter? Because you said there's no way of coming to a meeting or something like it just in. You said there's no way of making that decision.
Okay, trying to understand the question. Our position
Maybe,
has been and still is that as an organization, we have done a lot of good work. We do not have the expertise to run a shelter, to operate, to totally operate a shelter. We might be able to do that. It will take time to get there. We are not in a position to do that now. Secondly, we do not have the funding to do that by ourselves.
No, sir, I'm not asking you that.
No,
It's not at all. I'm asking you, me and him both is asking y'all, I'm assuming you're from, McFall, and you're from, okay. We're asking, what is a number that would make you happy from the budget to help you keep running the shelter?
We operate on 220,000, it would cost the same, if not more now, but what we're hoping for, and as you've seen over the years, the numbers keep going down and down. And we're hoping as time goes on, it'll cost less and less, and there'll be less of the need for as much of the shelter as we have at this time. That's what we're working towards. But I would say the budget that we've been operating on.
Last year's budget instead of this, what you're asking for this year?
So if we kept animal control and donate 100.
well, that's what I was gonna say, there's
The reason
more.
I'm confused is you keep asking the vice president of Monroe County Friends of Animals questions about what the shelter needs to run. She's not the shelter. The shelter is the county.
Well,
Liz Sneed is the director of the shelter.
And why is she here too?
Well, I think Commissioner Langford's confusion in that is because Ms. Moore made a statement just a few moments ago that McFall is very intimately involved in the daily operations of the shelter. So I think the underlying
Well,
question,
we do is separate from the shelter budget or what the shelter.
well, I think maybe at the heart of it, and I don't want to speak for Commissioner Langford, but I think at the heart of his question may be, I think you all are there on a daily basis. I think that fact has been established, and I don't think anyone here is disputing the fact that you all have done a fantastic job turning that operation around. I don't think any one of us is arguing that fact. And I think at the end of the day, we would be encouraging to have you all in a position to actually manage that. So I think my question, and I think maybe Commissioner Langford is asking that, could you all, within time, get to a position where you could? Not within 90 days or 120 days. Could it be a transition year? Could we fund this for the next year, knowing that this might be the transition year where we could turn operations over to McFaw within the next year? Would that be a reasonable timeline, working with the county and your organization? Would that be a reasonable request? And I know you have to go to your board, I understand that, but is that something that we could entertain tonight, that would, buy us the opportunity to move this to the next level? Knowing that there would be county-funded support. I think that's Commissioner Langford's comments. You all are funding a third of the operations. What if that was to flip-flop in the future? You all, within the next year, transition to sponsoring the shelter, knowing the county would fund a third of the operation, maybe from an animal control standpoint, and you all handle the day-to-day operations. Is that something
Raise funds to build a new shelter and raise funds to operate the shelter like we're talking about. We would have first to be able to build a new shelter, get past that expense before we could take on anything beyond that.
I mean, other counties, I think, have, nonprofits run theirs, and the county kicks in, I think, Knox County, McMinn County, is that right?
Yeah, some counties, the 501c3s do operate it, the county supplements like other nonprofits.
Right.
And they probably have funding that they don't have access to. We have contributors and things like that that make a difference. We don't have that.
So to answer you, it's a very difficult question for me to answer. If you say in a year, could we get to a position where we could operate the shelter ourselves, I think that's possible. The larger question is money. If you want to flip the equation, 2/3, 1/3, that very much complicates the situation.
And at this time, it's a county shelter. We're willing to support it the best that we can, but it is a county shelter. And it's county responsibility, not a 501c3 responsibility. And if we can do more, we will, but right now it's a county shelter, and we will go from there as to what we're able to do. If you close the shelter, it's gonna be a county decision, it's gonna be, we're gonna go to the county, not to the farm.
So all your followers that you have that's gonna be mad at us, why aren't you asking them for money to keep it open?
Well, they are contributing money, that's how we're donating.
No, I mean, these people will complain that they don't have a shelter. Put your money where your mouth is. It's my point.
Well, I kind of find that offensive because
It
people
is.
are putting their money where their mouth is. Not only that, they're putting their volunteer hours and time, hearts and.
So you
days
have,
and
what I'm
stuff.
saying is you say you've got donors out there that can write big checks for this 2.3 million, $2.1 million building.
Do what?
We don't have that. We have a thrift store that is our major fundraiser where volunteers go and work this thrift store and we bring them.
I understand that, but you
We
got
don't
a
have
donor,
big donors that write
you have
checks.
you have a donor that is committed, correct?
Would you like to find us a donor?
You,
But I think that's the
that's what they
information that's been
presented to me,
presented.
is they have a donor in waiting,
Who does?
McFaw.
McFall.
I was at that meeting, yeah.
What meeting was that?
Yeah.
It was one of the first animal shelter
One of the first
meetings.
meetings I went to, and you said you had a donor that would give $1 million for the building.
That's not to our knowledge.
Was this in the winter of 18? It's,
Yes, it was one of the first meetings we had. You was there, I was there.
All
Well,
that,
this is news to us, because I've been
That's
on the
neat.
board for 4 years and I don't have knowledge of this.
I don't think he was at that meeting. I don't ever seen it.
Sorry, Joe, I don't remember saying that.
it was said,
Anyway,
Why does it matter?
I think it was before Jim's time. It was a
No.
different, was it?
he was there, and
no, he
You were
wasn't.
there, Jim? Okay.
he just had surgery.
But to answer your question, Joe, we could potentially start a campaign, kind of something similar to like Tunnels to Towers or something, where we ask people to pay $9 a month or whatever in order so we can run this shelter, right? Maybe that's conceivable, so on. But that takes time to figure out and plan and the rest.
And that's
of
what we're trying to work out something. We're trying to collaborate with you.
No, I can see that these things might be possible, I just can't. I mean.
But when you say,
Those are.
here's the problem. Here's the problem I'm having with, you're saying it's your shelter, right?
Let's say bee shelter, real quick.
That's what's offensive to me. You're saying
Well,
it's your
that's not
shelter.
our intent.
And then if
Bee shelter.
we decide to close it, it's our problem,
Yeah.
correct?
Okay,
And
let's
then
say
you're
bee shelter
turning,
we
and then
support.
what you're doing is turning the public against us, because we're having to make these tough decisions, whether we get children, buying their textbooks, and, and doing all these things.
Raising somebody on fixed incomes, property tax.
Right. So, I mean, we're in a poor county in a different situation. 25% or 21% of the county is 65 or older. So that's what we're dealing with here. Only 30% of the people in this county own property. So our tax base is not that much. That's where we're at. That's where we're trying to get to.
I feel if y'all put your heart to it, just have a passion for it, you can get the drive so you can get it done. And if we can kick in till the end of this fiscal year, December, I believe y'all could have a plan in place, I think, to be honest with you.
Yeah, what?
A plan in place to get this thing done, and say, hey, this is what we need from the county, this is what we can do. And I believe that can be done.
Well, I don't think we can do it.
I think if we do anything, we should at least give them a year, not 6 months. I mean,
So,
it's gonna take a lot longer than 6 months to get something in place if they do anything. I mean, you would have to get all kinds of different stuff in place to.
it's about time to ask me maybe.
Exactly. I mean.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, could this be a transition year? But I think tonight we would need to have that commitment.
Right, I agree with that.
We cannot go to our constituents knowing the budget situation tonight and say, yes, we're gonna, fully fund this shelter again this year and then come right back to the same situation next year.
Yeah.
So we would have to have at least some kind of conversation to get to that point.
So I guess your only other option is to close the shelter, deal with the overpopulation, all the issues that would be created by it, and lose the funding from the fall.
So you're
And
just
if
building,
you have to bring up the shelter.
you're just building the wall right now. That's all you're doing is building the wall.
No.
Yeah, we're
Don't threaten us by building the
I'm
wall.
not threatening.
Yeah,
I'm
you are.
just saying
It is.
It's threatening me, I'm sitting there saying. No, it's not reality.
No, I mean, that's-
We're trying to help y'all, and you're sitting there being rude, so.
I feel like you're trying to say that, tell us that we have to take those.
They're ready.
No, ma'am, I'm not trying to tell you nothing, when you sent me a text, I talked politely to you, did I not? The text you sent was you will have to deal with your file regardless if you close, right?
I said that there would be a lot of people that would get.
So you would have to deal with your file personally, was the email you sent, so don't try to put up walls like you said, please, we're trying to help.
What theoretically, would a $300,000 bill not suffice versus a $2 million bill? I mean, you could get quite a bit, I mean, the building y'all are in probably ain't worth 70 or 80,
It ain't worth that.
you know? Anyway, we have a lot to work on, so we have a lot to figure out before we get on that, but
I said, real quickly, Joe, I said that we would have to get the expertise to be able to do this.
Yeah.
To answer your question, in a year or something like that, that seems like you could do that, right? It's very difficult, you're talking about volunteers and so on, and, you know, how much, it's hard to judge how, it's not like hiring people, you know what they're gonna get,
yeah.
and so on.
And
The second part of our position all along has been, we have to have an assurance of a certain amount of money from the county to make that happen. That gets a little more difficult of a conversation as to what exactly that is.
If I can interrupt,
It's just that these are big issues to be talking about in such a short time, so you're asking us to make big decisions.
No, that was not my question. My question was, would you all be willing to have that conversation over the next year?
Yeah, and as I said at the beginning, we always try to say we'll talk about anything and all that stuff. We have our own limitations, right? Right now, because of the lockdown, we're losing $20,000 a month from this person. So we have our issues. Depending on how we conduct our business, that'll affect what kind of donations we get. Right? That's why closing the shelter threatens our work, because it changes the whole dynamic and our donations may dry up and so on. Who knows, right?
And then if
So there's
people-
all those issues, but the money issue, of course, is always big. You know, how much more could we raise potentially or something? How much could the county give us so we can make this work? It's hard for me to tell you that tonight.
And I understand completely. It is not a McFaul organization. I understand that it is a county-sponsored shelter. That is the question ultimately is your organization interested in pursuing that? If you're not, then, you know, simply just say, no, that's not something that we're willing to do or interested in. Then that does become a county commission decision that we need to make, and we'll make that, and we'll deal with the ramifications that deal with it.
Yeah.
But it sounds like, and certainly with the work that you all have invested in that, it certainly seems to me that it would be something that maybe if we allowed for appropriate timing, that it would be something that you all might be willing to take on because of the investment that you all have done. That's essentially what I'm asking. It seems like it's a big investment that would simply be, you know, wouldn't want to be.
Just very big issues.
Sure.
And new issues for us to talk about. We have been operating for years and years and years, including the recent 2 years, on the assumption that we continue with what we're doing, where the county operates a shelter, we contribute, let's talk about how much, and so on, that thing, but not substantially changing the whole nature of things by saying us operate. That isn't to say we're not willing to talk about that, but it's a big deal for us, and it takes time to work through that. And then the second part of it is, well, how much money can you guys afford, given all of your competing priorities, or how much money can we reasonably risk, and we don't have guaranteed revenue. It can change overnight.
And one of the other
Yeah.
problems for fall too is most of us been around for years and stuff, we're aging, in another 5-10 years, most of us that are doing all of this are going to be gone, whether the younger generation will come in and step up and take over, or whether it'll fade out, we don't know. So we can say, yes, these next few years we're capable because we know who's running the fall, but down the road, we don't know if this can continue because we don't know if fall will continue.
See, that's a good example, McFaul goes that, and we're at 150,000 next year.
Well, I mean, that's something to look at too. Yeah. The other underlying issue is, and this is not going to be popular for me to say this, but this needs to be a conversation with some of the other municipalities as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, you know, Sweetwater takes care of our own. We have a shelter. But you know, it seems like some of the other municipalities are contributing to the greater population in the Monroe County and animal shelter. So it may need to be some conversations with other city officials that, hey, they need to be some contributions made on their ends to help fund, our operation if we continue to operate this as well. My understanding is we don't, Madisonville, Vaughn, or Telco,
They got a pound in Nashville, I don't know.
but they carry them to
They carry
the,
them
After so
to,
long, they're
they carry them
Was it
here.
a week? I think they said they keep.
And
So-
Sweetwater actually does a pretty good job maintaining there. Sometimes we get a few trickle in, but most of it comes from Madison.
Yeah.
And of course, Telco and Vaughn, where we don't.
Yeah. So, and I understand, Mayor, a lot of them do come from outside the city limits, but those three municipalities do contribute a portion. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know if there's a way to track that, but so, that does may need to be a conversation. If we're sponsoring a county shelter, then those municipalities may need to cost share, just the same as those, they do for the county planner position. So,
There's some options.
I just, for whatever, I'm sitting here thinking, I just wish this whole subject that you're talking about in a different direction. We would have started talking about it a couple of years ago.
Sure.
It wasn't, it's very difficult to react for us to react in this time.
One thing we thought and work on too, since we're now, Sound Grove was the first of this year, rolled it into the farm, is maybe increase spay bring down, continue to bring down the population of water animals even more, so there's less of a need for shelter services.
Yeah, just made me think if the population is going down, but yet,
Price is going up.
yeah, because when I look at the numbers, it's went up
Oh, yeah,
65.
we had a
65.
full-time position, a couple part-time positions.
Now, this is one area where Reba was talking about the intake being down, and so have I, right? And so in the business world, this is a volume decrease, right? And so you look at the cost to see how it relates to this. And it is true that we have this reduction in intake, not necessarily a reduction in the hours that animals spend in the shelter, but and there is an increase in salaries and benefits. If you look at these numbers, I've looked at them since my last meeting here and so on, a little harder. There is, and this is a normal course in business too. All the money's in salaries and wages, right? So the increases in salaries and wages. Reba Cox and others may conclude from that is mismanagement, right? Our position is the opposite. That increase in salaries and benefits over the years is a correction of a chronic understaffing issue long ago. Okay. Now, I did mention the other night, I don't know, but that a year and a half ago, whenever it was, I went out to these shelters and sat down and produced organization charts for all these shelters in various counties and gave them to the shelter committee and the mayor. Spent time with them saying, what is your staffing and so on. And at that time, the staffing level of the Monroe County shelter was slightly lower, and unless there's changes in those other shelters, it remains that way. So my point is we build up a little bit, and I don't know, I want to say in 2018, added a part-time or something like that. So you've got increased costs. We think that is moving to the right position. It doesn't recognize, it doesn't represent, mismanagement when your volume's coming down. That's the way we look at it. And the other thing is you have to be careful about some of these numbers, like salaries and wages. You could have a reasonable 2.5% increase in salaries and wages every year. You do that for 6 years. And then somebody comes in and says, since 2016, salaries have gone up 18%. Because that's what it does, because it compounds, right? So you have to know the numbers and know how to look at it. But that's our position on that. The salaries have, in fact, increased. It's reasonable for somebody to say, well, yeah, but your intake's going down. But intake, the animals are being kept in the shelter longer, so that intake, it's really not that much. You get it.
I got
I can tell by looking at it.
I got you.
Why are you keeping the animals longer?
So we get on transports from home, you know, and not utilizing them. And we have a shelter director that works 200% at finding transports and rescues, spends 24/7 doing all of that, and she's amazing at getting these animals out to great places.
Do you think you could get some extra volunteers to help with the overtime, the part-time person?
I think, you know, when we lost the trustees with COVID-19, we put it out, people came in, but they don't stay consistently, and people come and
It's kind of have a little bit in
yeah.
there.
I mean, we have a great group of volunteers, but nobody works a 9 to 5 day or 5 days a week. Like me, I may spend 90 hours one month and I may work 5 hours in 1 month. I do things like Pet Smart events and transports and all sorts of other things like that. So nobody's on a schedule, so it's hard to control we may have 10 volunteers on one day and no volunteers on the next day. So you can't control any of that volunteers.
Is that some way you think you could, try to control or get certain people that's on the list of volunteers that will come on a regular basis?
We have some that do that, but most
That would
people,
help with that?
well, we can ask, but it doesn't guarantee you will, or it doesn't mean that it'll last more than 4 weeks or 6 weeks or something like that.
We have that in the extent that the people who work in front desk are all volunteers, and they're kind of on a regular schedule. Okay,
I've been on
so that happens. The ones that come in and walk dogs and clean up and that kind of stuff, that's a little different. It's hard to get them on a regular schedule.
Yeah, because I don't think you've ever been to the shelter and know that much about it. I know some of you have, but people have been commenting to us that most of you haven't even visited the shelter. don't
Mama,
have
over there
shelter.
trying to take pictures for you for the cats for a while back.
Yeah, I mean, like.
Been there, took pictures.
Right. But I mean, how many people like to come for a tour of the shelter and get to know more about the operation of shelters?
Well, we can't get a budget.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, I've adopted two from there. My wife and I had before we had insurance, so we have supported it and been there. Can I make one request? And we're not gonna get to a vote tonight because we've made so many changes to it. We're gonna see a final budget. What is the possibility of your board meeting before next Monday? And can we, those commissioners involved, can we schedule a joint meeting to see what the conversation, if we could put a tentative timeline together to see if your organization would be interested in having this as the transition year, which would give us the information that we would need before next Monday to make this decision at the vote. We're not gonna have the vote tonight.
Next Monday.
We're not gonna have
We
a
can
vote.
make next time.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make next.
Yeah, I mean, with the changes and stuff we've made tonight, you're gonna have it. So would it be feasible to be able to call a board meeting to?
I said, we've always said, we'll talk about any approach, anytime that holds.
Could we schedule, I asked for that commitment, and that way we're not rushing to any judgment. I think for those of us that are interested, if we could put something together, I think those interested parties, Mayor, is that a fair request that we could do? Is that
Most of the board, well, I guess all the board was present this morning at 10 a.m. in that meeting. Very professional, very positive, no bashing. Paulette was there, Miss Lydia was there. If that's something that you feel that needs to be done again.
Well, yes, and this more so, and give you all the opportunity to discuss among your board. I think you all know, it doesn't need to be adversarial. We want to be a partner.
No,
We want this to be a partner.
My problem simply is I know what you're asking is.
Yes.
And I know that that's an extremely difficult decision for us to make, you know, in
Yes.
short time. I'm just telling you. That's a tough road for us, but,
Did you do it in a 5-year plan?
oh, well,
I mean, take it over in a 5-year plan?
yeah, well,
Show how you did it?
I answered him by saying it's even conceivable that in 1 year we could, and then you get into the idea of money. That's a different thing.
I think that would be the conversation at that. So you would know a firm commitment from the county as to what level of support annually.
Yeah.
The
I
board
know
of
these
commissioners.
numbers well enough to know whether there's any chance that it'll work.
And I think I think that we would be able to derive at what that, you all look to see, you know what you're contributing, you have this budget, you know what that operation would be.
We're willing to go through that exercise, that's all I can tell you. And I am not seeing, I can't talk for the whole board.
I understand that.
Right?
That
And
would
we
give
have
us an
new people
opportunity.
on the board, and all those issues I'm sure I'm touching.
I understand that.
We will-
And that would give us,
We
the
will give it
opportunity-
our good faith effort if you want to do it.
that would give us an opportunity to at least go through the due diligence to entertain that. Okay.
Mr. Harry, you
Is that a
comments to say
Do
while
they
we
have, do they have a copy of what we've actually looked at page 42?
That's a great point.
We can make,
Ron, that's a-
we have to make Monday.
I mean,
Well, I was gonna say, if we can meet,
text, and I just wanted to make sure.
well, I wanna make sure you and Lily have enough time to have this, so if this would be the only change. So if we could meet prior to Monday night, so if this is the only change that needs to be made, you can print our copies, then that way.
I'm not for sure.
Make it easy on you all.
Would you suggest for a meeting with all of us
Not just the reduction.
and then
Ma'am, I have six.
That's too.
this week?
It needs to be done this week, so we can allow ample time to work it, we'll cover the budget.
They didn't have the money.
I added up the
You know,
changes.
and
Okay.
so, yeah, I understand.
Before just about,
Sure.
it's about in the community.
I've had a dog dropped off, I had two, I don't know if it was you that talked to me today.
Was it Thursday or-
I had a gentleman approach me.
Would you have to, does this have to be at night? Thursday evening?
Would that give you enough time to convene your board members?
Yeah. This is tough road.
Sure.
What day were you recommending
I think Thursday, Chad, is that?
of this week?
Yes, that way it gives everyone enough time to schedule, and then that would give
This
fine.
Thursday, school board meeting.
Okay, school board meeting.
Okay.
But then
It's Thursday night.
we have to set everything next week. So-
Right.
And we kind of thought about Monday, just same time, can y'all be here Monday? And then if we need to go back again on Thursday briefly, we could, next week.
Well-
Courtney has just a few things to check here before they,
After this.
we can, she says she can get everything done with the exception of this one thing.
Well, it's Monday, that will give you all,
What time?
Sorry.
same time, Monday, just
Here.
Just here? McFarland?
Yeah.
Is that 5, and that'll give us enough time? Thank you.
One o'clock. We just look at this, we do that. Okay, commissioners, briefly. Here you
Are
go.
we dismissed?
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Larry.
Sheriff, thank you all. Appreciate you giving us some. Under arrest or?
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay, before you all go, I've added up all the cuts that were made tonight throughout the budget, and it's 253,000. So that's the amount of additional cuts that were made to just tonight. So now, what you decide to do on the animal shelter, you know, if you put that back in, that would add that back to it. As it is right now, what you all have decided tonight, that is just over 25 pennies if you wanted to balance with exactly what you were budgeting to what you were bringing.
So how much over are we?
2,416,768.
That's new money, 27.
If you wanted to balance and bring in, if you wanted to bring in revenue as much as you were budgeting to spend, that's what it would take.
So,
2,416,000, what?
768. But that, that's just rough figures of jotting it down here. Once I put them in the spreadsheet and calculate, it would be somewhere around the 25 penny mark.
That's in consideration with that.
Yes. We'll see 200, like, just in the airport, the grant match on that one grant's 250,000. Just on one grant, that's in here.
When did we decide to go for that? That might have been budgeted this year? We did the coming year.
Do what,
When did we decide to go for that grant and put,
what was that, Mayor? That's the airport grant,
Which one?
the $5 million one.
The $5 million is federal money, and it would actually complete phase 2 and phase 3.
would that not have been budgeted this year though? And just carry over?
We've not got it.
No, it's not, we've not received, we won't know till September.
Oh, so.
So then we can go again.
Okay, that's just on 101, that's just the general fund. So I know you all had asked about ADA. I'm just gonna explain something real quick. ADA is the part of the tax rate that we have to give to Sweetwater City. So in the school budget, they budgeted the same amount for property tax revenue as they had last year. And when you don't know what it's gonna be and they're so close to the 3% fund balance on the state, that's a very safe number to go by. But if you did the ADA split, there is a little bit more money than that would be coming into that, that's possible. This is budgeted, our numbers, all the other funds are budgeted at a 90% collection rate. So this year, we budgeted 88% and we've collected almost all of that. We collected 99.3% of that. So that's very good. And that was a conservative estimate last year to do 88% instead of 97.
When does the increase stop though? Where does this stop? We're at $4 or $5 million a year. We tried new wheel tax last year to get $1 million more. Everybody threatened us. And it just don't stop. I mean,
How many said you didn't threaten?
people need to get out and vote for their
Don't
elected
shut
officials.
the truck down, blah, blah, blah. Text after text all night long.
I tell you what,
We can't just,
if you don't ever stay ahead of it, you'll always be behind. And we
yeah,
do.
and we behind it when we got it, and we're trying to
You
shoot.
should get up for at least 2 cents, Jan. Every year, you should increase taxes at least 2 cents. If you did, you wouldn't have found yourself in this position. I told you all that since 2012.
Well, it increased it $1 million last year, and we were behind when we got here. But we're getting the blame.
Do you all want to talk about the school, which option on that?
Option F, we do that.
No fun.
Because it will take some work to create the tax levy. Once that's decided and how it's distributed, that will take some time for our office and the assessor's office and everybody to make sure that the tax levy is allocated.
So that will be in addition to the 25 cent. So
So, are we gonna give the, I mean, I know we're waiting on a meeting, right?
What you decide is what amount,
Shelter.
if you're gonna fund the schools, what amount, and then we'll convert that into the taxes.
see, that means that's in addition to the 25 cents she's told us we already are showing we need. Plus the 20% that we have to send to Sweetwater City Schools.
Which is 7.69 pennies on top of that, right? If
On
we
top
go
of
with D.
25.
Yeah, if we go with D.
Right, depends on what you fund on that.
If you fund the 300,000, if you fund the 316,000, it's 3.95 pennies, it's 4 pennies.
Yeah, and you could go with the cheapest one.
If you do, and then it's their decision on how they spend it.
Right.
And I told her I would call her tomorrow and give her some idea. So,
I think we should go with D on that. I mean, you wanna take more money away from the school and give it to somebody else? The school, we need, we're sitting arguing, money for our kids.
You know,
we do need to know what option y'all want to do.
I thought we was gonna go with C and D, I didn't even know if we had all C on the table.
D and E is what was decided.
I am happy with school. I mean,
We got rats running through locker to locker.
I know, and that's why I'm saying we need maintenance.
Which option do y'all want to go with on the school so Courtney can build this into the budget?
D,
I don't see anything more than D. I mean,
I'm not going, I don't want to vote for anything lower than that.
I ain't going to C.
I'd rather go
I mean,
with
D or
D.
E? D or E?
D.
D costs you 7.69 pennies, E costs you 3.95.
Yeah.
E gives them 300,000 plus the trustees commission, they can spend it however they want to. D gives them textbooks and salary increases and trustee commission.
D, C, E.
So what about 34 cent total tax
If you
increase?
do D,
If you do D.
you do. And there's no stipulations that we can put on E.
No,
No stipulations.
No, you just give it,
well,
We
you
just
just
give,
fund a dollar amount.
all we do is fund anyway, you can't tell them how to spend their money.
Can we vote textbook?
I mean,
And you can fund any amount.
could, now that is a question for Vice. Could we buy the textbooks and give them in kind to the Board of Education?
They've got them set up on payments. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, that might be in installments. There's 2 installments.
Well, if we allocate the funding, well, that's what's gonna happen. So if we,
We can check on that.
would you please?
We'd be willing to buy.
We would be willing to buy the textbooks, and even if it is an installment, we would allocate the funding. I think, Joe, we would be willing to allocate the funding for the textbooks, even in 2 installments, if that's what you think, over this next fiscal year.
You have to check like that, and then not give them any increase.
Let them find their own money. That's the worry about.
Okay, we will find out tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're thinking about buying the textbooks.
The finance department's gonna check to see if it's legally possible for the county commission through finance to purchase the textbooks or fund the purchase of the textbooks through allocating the funding for that.
That's a good question, I don't know.
All needs ISBN number.
And it's possible, if it is allowed, the way you would do it is you would budget it as a transfer out.
To the Board of Education.
So we will check on that. Come back with this, with these changes that they have.
We're making progress.
We're not making progress at 30
That
cents.
concludes our budget meeting. Everybody count on Monday, next Monday night at 5 p.m., please, same place.
5 o'clock, same that time, same that channel.